Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the September 27th meeting of the Landlord Tenant Ad Hoc Committee meeting. We are starting the meeting at 6:11 p.m. And we'll begin with the roll call of the committee. Committee member Bertollet.
Here.
Herpetin.
Here.
Marchand.
Here.
Sun. Devanyan. Zagarian.
Here.
Okay, roll call is complete. We'll go to item number 2, which is the regular business agenda. Item 2B is a report of the clerk regarding the posting of the agenda. The agenda for the September 27, 2023 regular meeting of the Landlord Tenant Ad Hoc Committee was posted on September 22nd, 2023 on the bulletin board outside City Hall. With that, we move to item 3, and item 3 is approval of minutes. And it's been a couple of months since we've had that last meeting, and according to the minutes, that meeting took place on May 24th, 2023, and those are the minutes that are before you for consideration of approval. If we have a motion, a second?
Yes, second. Second.
All right, so motion Marchand, second Bertollet. Any objections? Hearing none, the minutes will stand approved as submitted. Next on the agenda is oral communication. Discussion is limited to items not a part of this agenda. Committee members may question or respond to the speaker, but there will be no debate or decision. Staff may refer the matter to the appropriate department for investigation and report. We do have a number of speaker cards submitted, and we'll go through them at this point in time. And our first speaker is Ruby.
Mr. Zovac, could you identify the amount of time? Is it 3 minutes
It is,
per
if I
speaker?
recall correctly, it's 3,
Oh, I'm sorry, 2 minutes then.
2 minutes. Okay, that's fine. Is this working here?
Ok, hola, mi nombre es Ruby.
Hi, my name is Ruby.
Ok, hace poco mi dueño donde yo vivo me mandó una carta de desalojo diciendo que tenía 2 meses para irme de donde vivo, lo cual, bueno, a mí me dejó en shock y estuve llamando a la ciudad para el Housing Department, algo así, para ver cuáles eran mis derechos.
So a few months ago, my landlord served me an eviction notice of 2 months, so 60 days, and I was really in shock. So I was calling the housing department to figure out what were my rights.
Quiero aclarar que yo nunca le dejé de pagar la renta, yo no, en ningún momento he dejado de pagar mi renta. Él dijo que porque tenía que hacer algo en la electricidad, componer algo de la electricidad y que después un familiar se iba a mover a vivir ahí.
I want to let you all know that it wasn't because I wasn't paying rent. I always pay rent. It was because the landlord let me know that they needed to do electrical repairs and also that they were going to move a family member in.
Y tengo más de 11 años viviendo ahí.
And I have more than 11 years living there.
Así es que cuando yo llamé a la ciudad, al Housing Department, pidiendo ayuda, ellos me dijeron que el dueño estaba en sus derechos de pedirme el apartamento y que yo tenía que irme exactamente el día que decía ahí la carta.
So when I called the housing department, they let me know that the landlord was in their right to evict me and that I had to leave by the date that was on the letter.
Okay, tuve que seguir buscando ayuda hasta que encontré al sindicato de inquilinos y ellos me ayudaron, porque para empezar yo no sabía que podía quedarme más tiempo. La hija del dueño me amenazó y me dijo que si yo no me salía, a los 3 días iba a llegar el sheriff a sacarme.
So I had to look for support and I found the tenants union and they let me know of a couple of things. One, that the daughter of the landlord was actually threatening me. The daughter was telling me that I had to leave on that day. If not, the sheriff would come in 3 days to evict me.
Por lo que estoy aquí, por lo que me concierne, es porque siento que el housing, la gente que trabaja ahí todavía no está suficientemente capacitada o preparada para dar información, puesto que en el sindicato me dijeron que no era así, que yo podía quedarme ahí y que tenía el derecho a que ellos me mostraran permisos de la ciudad comprobando que ellos iban a hacer ahí una reparación y que también tenían que haberme ofrecido un dinero de reubicación, cosa que nunca lo hicieron.
So with the tenants union, I was able to learn that that was actually not the case. And I'm also here to tell you that I feel that the housing department is not equipped to handle these cases, that they give out the wrong information. The tenants union is the group that let me know that I was actually in my right to stay, that I was in my right to ask for permits from the landlord, which they did not provide, and that the landlord was actually supposed to give me a relocation fee, which they also did not provide. That's everything. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are we allowed to comment or respond?
Certainly, you could make a couple of responses if you want to.
Okay. Can you tell me when you contacted Glendale Housing, correct?
So she's saying the beginning of July.
Okay. And did you retain a lawyer?
No.
No más busqué ayuda del sindicato.
No, I only looked for help in tenants unions.
Okay. Where does everything stand now? Are you going to court?
No, el sindicato me ayudó a hacer una carta para hacerle saber a los dueños cuáles eran sus derechos, tanto los míos como de ellos.
No, so I'm not going to court. The tenants union helped me draft the letter that let the landlord know of their rights as well as my own rights.
So, el dueño dijo que me tomara más tiempo
So the landlord is telling me to take more time,
y pues estoy tomando el tiempo, estoy buscando apartamento aunque todavía no encuentro.
and I am taking time to look for an apartment, though I can't find one.
Are they giving a relocation fee?
No. No, not yet because they said, ¿puedo hablar un poquito de
Sí,
eso?
está bien.
Because they say that I can stay here in my apartment till I found another apartment.
And don't they still get a relocation fee?
If they withdrew the eviction and then they gave her more time, they're gonna reissue the eviction. They won't have to do it until they reissue the eviction. I'm not sure what they discussed, what the additional time, whether that was added on to their original eviction or they withdrew that eviction. I don't know what happened between them, so I can't say for sure.
Is there any way you all can put this, you said did you send an email to the housing department?
No, I doble.
So no, she said she spoke on the phone.
Okay, just want to encourage everyone to put in email so people can follow up easier and look at all the bullet points and see how to address it, even to come to us. We don't have the information of the committee. They usually forward the emails if someone writes to the tenant landlord committee. We get the emails and we can review it and try to support that way. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dulce.
Thank you so much for having me here today. I'm part of the Glendale Tenants Union. I'm really glad to be here today with you all. I'm here with some folks that I've gotten to meet, and we've all been able to work collectively to help through their problems. I think just speaking with them and speaking with other tenants, a couple things is one, getting eviction notices. Sometimes they're not done right. They're not following the laws correctly, whether that be because the landlord is simply misinformed or because they are trying to take advantage of a tenant potentially not knowing what it is that is their rights. Even unfortunately now, we would have more members here today, but 3 tenants from our tenants union are facing a court eviction next week. So as a group, we're trying to help and support them right now. Some of us just came here today to give testimony about our experiences. And yeah, whether it's they're following the law incorrectly is one thing. Also, even then, the renters' right program seems to fail to support some tenants. Even, for example, getting relocation fee at times is not enough. The help is not enough help. This is not enough money, especially with rising costs in the city, as well as just tenants having to deal with landlord harassment, with being misleading, with telling them they have to leave now, with not informing them properly of actually what is the eviction process. And of course, tenants should know as well, but it is hard to be dealing with it when a landlord is constantly either harassing you and then you have to go out of your way to inform them when they should already be informed themselves. So I just wanted to speak a little bit about that, and I will be helping my friends today translate as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Eddie.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Heribardo Avilés. Soy el tutor legal de 3 personas, 2 menores de edad y una adulta, en la cual en mayo de este año presente se presentó la hija del dueño dándome una notificación de desalojo de 30 días. Me dijo, llegó el 3 de mayo, me dijo a partir de esta fecha, 3 de mayo, tienes 30 días para que te vayas.
So hi, my name is Eddie Barlow. I am the guardian of
2 menores y una adulta.
2 minors and 1 adult. And on May the 3rd, I received an eviction notice from my landlord, a 30-day eviction notice telling me that I had to leave my place of living.
Esta persona es la hija de los dueños y pues igual no está bien informada de las leyes, igual a ella y yo tampoco no estoy bien informado de las leyes, ¿verdad? Pero ella me daba solamente 30 días para que me fuera y lo que llegó en mi casa a mostrarme un dinero cash y en cheque.
So this is the daughter of the owners of the property where I live. She, as well as I, are not informed entirely of all the laws, but she did come to my house after giving me the eviction notice. She presented a wad of cash as well as a check.
Esto me sentí yo que hasta la vez lo traigo humillado y que ella me hizo un harassment, un racismo y intimidación en mi persona.
So I still really have this engraved in my memory. I felt really harassed. I felt also humiliated. I think what she did was just really to put me down.
Como ustedes sabrán, todos somos seres humanos y nadie merece este tipo de comentarios que nos digan nosotros los renteros, que nos digan esto a nosotros ellos.
As you all know, we are all human beings, and as renters, we don't deserve to be receiving negative or harassing comments.
Y solamente como está la ley supuestamente de desalojos, que si el dueño te pide la propiedad, que porque se está moviendo él o un familiar, usted se lo tiene que entregar.
And just because the law supposedly says that you have to, just because the landlord wants to move someone in or wants to move themselves in, that you have to give the property to them.
Pero eso es pura mentira que dicen ellos, como está la ley, porque ella se equivocó, porque siempre llegaba a mi casa a gritarme y ella me entregó los documentos de otra familia y los míos diciendo el mismo comentario.
But that's a lie. She turned in some documents that were not mine, that were from another family that she was trying to evict, that said the same kinds of comments.
Yo le contesté, le dije, sí me voy, te dejo tu casa, pero usted es una persona, ¿cómo se va a mover en mi casa? Y la otra familia le está diciendo lo mismo, si usted es una persona.
I told her that, yes, I will move, I will leave, but how are you one person trying to move into my apartment, but also saying to another family that you're trying to move into their apartment? You're just one person.
Yo vine personalmente aquí a la ciudad de Glendon a Housing Department yo vine personalmente. Yo fui a llorar a la escuela porque, como le vuelvo a repetir, yo tengo 2 menores de edad. Una niña es indiscapacitada y fui llorando a la escuela y vine llorando aquí a Housing. Housing me dijo, ellos tienen su derecho, usted le tiene que entregar su casa, pero ellos no saben la situación de cómo uno vive y ellos que echan pura mentira.
I came personally to the housing department to tell them about my case, and they told me that they were in the right to evict me, but they don't know what kind of living situation I have. I am taking someone, the guardian of a minor who is disabled, and I even went to the school crying because this is a really hard situation, and the housing department, even if they tell me I have to leave, they don't understand what I'm going through.
Yo fui a su casa de la dueña y le dije, ¿te quieres mover y vives en una casa más grande que la mía? Y le dije, te voy a contestar aquí y si me quieres desalojar, llévame a la corte y yo te contesto.
I went to the landlord's house afterwards and I told her that you want to move into my place, but your house that you live in right now is bigger. I will answer you right now and let you know that I would prefer to go to court to answer.
Ella se sigue burlando, se ríe y va a la casa y toma fotografías. Me laqueó las llaves del agua y ella tomó fotografías, graba alrededor de la casa y puso medidores del agua.
She is still harassing me. She comes to the place where I live. She takes pictures of where I live, and she also put a measuring thing on my water meter.
Yo le dije, si cierras en el momento que me cierras el agua porque yo te estoy pagando, yo voy a llamar inmediatamente a la ciudad. Y no lo ha cerrado.
I told her that if she tries to lock my water, that I'm going to go to the city to let them know what they did, and right now she hasn't locked it.
Pero hasta ahora, gracias a Dios y que conocí al sindicato de inquilinos, tuve más apoyo que Housing Department. Entonces fui a su casa a responderle y ella me dio la carta donde diciendo que se retrata a desalojarme.
Right now, thanks to God and the tenants union, I was able to go to her house and, talked it out. And I do have a letter from her where she is retracting the eviction notice. But I got that support from the tenants union and not the housing department.
I'm sorry, I let you go over the 3-minute mark by almost an additional 3 minutes. If you can wrap it up, please.
Is everything done?
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And our last speaker is Linda Newmar.
Good evening, members of the Ad Hoc Committee. I hope that you continue your work beyond this date. One of the reasons I am here is because this is the last meeting, and I want you to know that there is a lot of work to be done in the city of Glendale. As you can see, just by two or three different renters, we have problems in Glendale. The word is out. All landlords have to do is just say, I am going to refab this house, redo this house, you have to leave. That is a big problem in Glendale right now. I'll tell you 3 or 4 examples of problems that we've had. Some of the problems, some of these people called the city, and so I'm sure you turned it over to this ad hoc committee. I know that's your procedure. So we have a woman in Glendale. First of all these tenants that I'm going to speak about very quickly want to stay in their apartments. They're not apartments, they're homes. People have lived here for 20, 30 years. They're their homes. And then somebody comes in, the landlord comes in and say, now you have to leave in 60 days. So one woman, she had, sometimes these people don't complain about things because they are afraid of repercussions. We have a woman at at the Lux apartment building. This only concerns you peripherally, but she pays over $3,000 a month rent. The building has been built in the last 15 years, so she doesn't qualify under anything. Her rent is going up 20%. She wants to stay, and she can't. Another person has been living 3 years has been living over 10 or 20 years, I don't remember, in her apartment, 3 years of which without hot water, no hot water for 3 years. I sat on the porch the other day for 5 hours while that hot water heater was being installed. For 3 years now she is fighting eviction after the hot water heater is installed. The landlord, another tenant, is threatened with eviction because her grandson was living legally with her. Her grandson and her were afraid, and her grandson moved out. Now her grandson is living in a garage. Another tenant has, this is another thing that is being put in a lot of landlord contracts now. You are not allowed to work from home. But now, in this economy, that is part of the way that modern people work is from home. So I think that's one other illegal thing. So thank you for your time today. I hope that you look at this idea of banking. It really hurts people. It really hurts renters. So I hope your work can go on. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Linda.
Can we
I have
comment
no
again?
others. I'm sorry.
Can we comment again?
Sure.
Okay. So I appreciate everyone speaking, and I know it's not easy. I always say when no one else is in this situation or have been in this situation, it's hard to understand. And I do think compassion and empathy goes a long way, in which I have. And people know from GTU and the city that I had been in a horrible situation during COVID. The difference is, and I do want to reiterate this, that I did call the City of Glendale Housing. They helped tremendously. I think one of the problems is when everything is not documented and put in writing, it is very hard when you're flooded with calls to, have all the pertinent information. And I've seen in helping people that a lot of time, there's a lot of missing pieces. So I prefer everything to be written down and documented. So please, in the future, just get in the habit of doing that if the city is helping, and so they can help thoroughly, or any of us, if they let us know. We don't have any emails, but that's why I'm so glad you did let us know. And I agree, there is work to be done. And I know my committee members, we have talked about the education that needs to be done with just brochures, with workshops on both ends. People will try to get away with things, and the city does need to know that. And I personally just don't want you all to feel alone. I don't want anyone to feel alone, but I want the landlord to be informed too. I've experienced also where some landlords literally did not know, especially the mom and pops. And I've had some testimonies too of tenants who, once I gave them the brochures of what we have now regarding tenant rights and rental rights, they did comply. So I just want to try to restore a little bit of faith in you that to continue to reach out to the city of Glendale, we have to hold leadership accountable, period. And this is how we do it. This is how we're held accountable in whatever we're here to do. So I don't know if any of my committee members want to chime in.
I mean, if housing gave some wrong information, I think we should hopefully try to look into that if we can.
So I would just say that this is not on the agenda. This is public comment. People are free to come up and speak their minds and share what they would like. This is not the time when we would debate, and we certainly don't want to have housing try to go through their notes, trying to find over the thousands of calls that they receive what specific information was provided to them. And we always let people know that we cannot give them legal advice. We provide them general information about what the code says. And so we cannot at this time during oral comment of this meeting get into a specific discussion of any one person. But I could say that we can potentially follow up with them and try to answer the questions that they raised here. If the card that was presented to them has their phone numbers, certainly housing can follow up with them by phone tomorrow.
Sure, we can do that. And I'll just note, though, that there is a difference when receiving calls and questions from the public. Can my landlord do this? Yes, they can. You know, they're following the code. We don't necessarily then say, but you can do this, or you can fight it this way. And it seems to me there's a little bit of that in what I heard tonight, and maybe that may not be the place for housing staff to make a comment like that. So when the question is presented to us, does my landlord have the right to do this? Yes, they do. According to what you've told us, they meet that obligation. And we always preach to callers to have communication with their landlord, right, as well. Doesn't mean you can't come back and counter. You can't go back and ask for something else in return or things like that. So, you know, but certainly we'll reach out to those that spoke tonight to get some more information.
And then if I have to say thank you very much for all of you coming here and commenting. It's voices like yours that can, bring some, light into the room and give us a little bit of perspective, so policymakers can build, specific programs to address these concerns. Banking was an issue that I brought up, and I think most of my colleagues brought up early on. It is a problem where, landlords should not be able to raise rents 20%. It's no one can afford a 20% hike in any one period. You're year on year, you don't grow 20%. So I mean, someone that's just wrong. And I wish I wish we had more authority to look into that. I hope City Council looks into that. As far as the hot water heater not working, that's more of a habitability issues that the city government needs to kind of pick up and address those kinds of concerns. Nobody should be denied hot water. That's basic human right.
And just in regard to that, if the city does get a call on a habitability issue, they do go out, they send out inspectors, and then there's an enforcement process in place. So again, we can't comment on whether or not this individual called the city to ask for an inspector to come out, but that is a violation of the law not to have hot water. I do think some of the things that has come up tonight is going to be a part of the presentation. Right. The City Council, as you know, heard the first phase, the first aspect of this report. They asked that we bring back and have the committee provide additional comments on certain areas where they wanted to hear more from you. So if we're ready to do that, we can get actually into the nuts and bolts of the specifics. So this is probably a good time for us to move forward on our agenda.
All right, and I'll just note that we have no other cards and I have no callers. So we'll move on to item 5. Item 5, business agenda. 5A is providing further direction on previous chapter 9.30 suggestions for council consideration.
Lucy kind of already summed up what we're going to discuss. As you know, we met with council and talked about the rental rights program and all your suggestions. We took it back to them. The rental rights suggestions, marketing, and the mediation program. Marketing was fully approved. Mediation we'll discuss tonight. And parts of the rental rights program, the suggestions you made, they received positively, and we're going to move forward with the red line version. But they asked for clarification on certain points. They wanted to get a decision from the committee at least, so they have something to work with. For example, the relocation fees, they wanted to get that down to 1 or 2 maybe suggestions that we can go forward with, again in red line version so they can see a final product. With that, I guess we'll get started.
Yeah, I have a question. Since we're going to be reporting back to the City Council, if I may, I don't know, Madam City Attorney, if you'll let me know if this is the appropriate time. We received this report last time within a few days of this going to City Council. And at a minimum, I would expect that as the committee that worked collectively to put their suggestions together. I think personally that this report should have been presented to us for comment, discussion, before it went to City Council. I think that that's only fair since this is coming from our committee. Our committee was put together by City Council for us to make recommendations along with inviting the public to attend. When I started reading some of the introductory language to this report, I did not find that that was the spirit of the discussions that we had, nor did I think that this report accurately indicated how I would have written it, or the five of us, at least, or however many, we have 7, I think, and we lost Rosmik, obviously. That was number one. And then the second thing is since this is a report that we're a body that was put together by the City Council, selected by the City Council, and they wanted a report from us, if someone would explain to me why the report has, in addition to allegedly our comments, there are staff comments about what we were saying. I didn't know that staff was going to be involved in commenting either favorably, neutrally, or unfavorably on what the committee as a body reached as recommendations to the City Council. I could understand if our report went back to City Council and City Council said to the city, we'd like to get city staff comments on this report. I'm still unclear whether or not that was part of the purview of what was being done. So if we're going to put together additional recommendations tonight that's going to go back to the City Council, is this going to be purely the committee's recommendations as our perception, our experiences, what we hear from the public, from these people that have also attended today, just on its own? Or is it going to be also sprinkled with staff comments, staff suggestions, and all this other stuff? Because some of this that I read through here, I would have, number one, liked to have addressed it with the committee and also with the staff that were making those suggestions. I'd like to understand the rationale, the reasons, why they would perhaps make suggestions that were contrary to what the committee had suggested. So there are indications in the staff comments of things that we don't agree with the committee, or we think the committee didn't go far enough. I'm simply questioning where the role of us as a committee versus anybody else walking in off the street and saying, I want to submit my report to City Council because I think the committee had it right or wrong or whatever. So I'm a little unclear on that, and I would appreciate some clarification.
I can provide that clarification. The recommendations or the consensus from the committee were summarized at the May meeting. We all had a discussion about what information would be going to council.
That's correct.
Ultimately, the report that goes to council is a staff report. It's a report prepared and presented by staff. In addition, during the course of the meetings that we had, the 11 meetings that we had, there were times when staff offered certain comments where, in staff's experience, the housing department's experience, there were issues that had come up and I think banking is a good example of that. The housing staff had determined that the way that banking is calculated could potentially down the road make a negative impact for tenants in that they would not be able to trace back a landlord who didn't keep records or a tenant that didn't keep records. They could say, well, 10 years ago I didn't raise your hand, so therefore I continue to have banked an additional 15%. In addition to that, when the staff report was presented in the City Council, it was a public meeting. I believe all of you were notified and had the ability to attend the City Council meeting and offer your comments and participate. And we were somewhat disappointed not to see any committee members attend. And I know some people were out of town and called in. And so certainly you were informed to attend, but you didn't. And so the report is a presentation by staff because it's by definition, it's a staff report. And so it incorporates the comments that the committee members have made, and it also incorporates, as we've discussed, there was no surprises in there as to what staff was going to offer from its perspective. And so what we did represent to the City Council is that we didn't take any specific votes. For example, some people commented, some committee members commented that they wanted to have the relocation factored one way or another. we presented that there were multiple suggestions on how relocation should be calculated. And that was an area that the city council said, we want a specific calculation. Take that back to the committee and bring us back a specific calculation. So it's those types of areas where there was no broad specific determination or a recommendation. The council said, we'd like more information on this, or they said, we received the information and we don't want any more information on this. So we're not really understanding what it was in the staff report that did not meet your expectations.
Well, again, at a minimum.
And certainly, you know, if it didn't, we're happy to clarify it, and we have another bite of the apple, we'll add that and incorporate that and move forward.
Right, but I think that number one, I think some advance notice would obviously give people time to review reports, especially when it was done during summer. People are away, traveling. I know I was away. I had things that unfortunately couldn't be at a city meeting. And then my specific request would have been present the report to the committee and let all of us comment on the report that is being essentially authored by our endorsement, right? So we have a final document. Just even in the initial overview, there's some language that I disagree with. There's things that were put in here that I would have worded differently. With the notion of banking, for instance, we've talked about that, and I also didn't see anything, and maybe I missed it, but I also have offered the indication that based on AB 1482, I don't think banking really applies, given the fact that the state has put a ceiling cap of 5% plus CPI. So I don't think that a landlord that has, let's assume that the prior landlord never, or the existing landlord hasn't raised rents for 3 years, I don't think you can raise it 20%. I think that that's contrary with state law as it currently stands. Again, back then in 2019, we didn't have 1482. So that was a whole different atmosphere. But nowadays, I would take the position that any rent increase above the CPI plus, the 5% plus CPI, irrespective of the amount that the landlord claims they may have banked, that's inappropriate under state law. And the best that they can get in that scenario would be over 7% up to the state law max.
That's consistent with the city attorney's understanding and the information that housing department offers.
Right, but see, for me, it's concerning that the tenants, and this kind of goes back to our outreach discussion, these tenants come here and they say, the landlord raised my rent 20%, 25%, and again, assuming it's not one of the 15-year look-back situations, but clearly some landlords are doing that, and whether they're calling it banking or not, and this concern of banking, because people were starting to contact me saying, Glendale's going to rent control, and what is this, and what is that? And first of all, I hadn't even read the report, so I, number one, don't respond to outside people that contact my office. But secondly, I think that if we had an opportunity to also explain this, maybe we should have a joint session with the city council. Let them ask the questions directly so that we can actually spend some meaningful time, because this should not be an arbitrary fight. I think from the very beginning, we've all agreed that this should be something that should be simple, understandable, and that we allow the parties to coexist. Are there going to be people that are going to try to move from a 6,000 square foot house into an apartment and claim that that's them relocating themselves? Absolutely. Is that believable? No way in the world. Is there a process at that point in time that they're afforded to dispute that relocation as being brought in bad faith? 100%. And I think that those structures need to be maintained. Otherwise, we're going to hear some of the stories that we've heard today where people are obviously feel that they're being targeted wrongfully. And you also have, I can tell you about the landlord who's being sued because the tenant says the habitability arises from a cutting board not being able to slide back and forth, and because they can hear things in the walls. So everybody has those stories, but unless this structure is clear, this is just going to become, again, a situation where people are going to be confused. They're going to give the wrong notices to tenants. Tenants are also not going to know how to respond, These people that are being relocated absolutely have a right to relocation. But whether or not the formula is 1 month, 2 months, 10 months, 100 months, whatever, if the committee is making a recommendation based on our discussion, and again, we said it at the first meeting, we're just 7 people that got picked. We're not the final word, and we've encouraged public to send emails, suggestions, ideas, so that we can also kind of incorporate in our discussion. Otherwise, it's just the 7 of us talking.
So again, we should probably get into the agenda item specifically, but I'm a little bit disheartened by your comments because we also did not take any specific votes on anything. We didn't push the committee to make a decision this way or the other. So when there were multiple opinions expressed, we tried to capture all of those in the report, so the council actually understood that there were different ways to approach it rather than forcing the committee to make a single choice.
I understand that, and
So-
I think that's totally appropriate, but
But if we didn't do that, if we didn't capture that based on what you're reviewing, we're hoping that the staff report is in fact reflective of what the committee's discussions were. And again, if you had an opinion about banking that wasn't shared by someone else, it would be unfair to capture just your opinion and not the others.
I 100% agree on that, but again, my understanding initially was that this is a report that this body was put together to make recommendations to the city council in areas that they should focus on as they legislate, not as we legislate.
Right.
And so the report, I think at a minimum, if it's going to be prepared, obviously administratively by staff, I think it should have been presented to the committee and said, here's our report. Are there any words, language, sentences that you'd like to add, take away, request clarification before this gets presented to city council? I think to rubber stamp this and say, this is the committee's report, if my name is going to be on a report and it's going to be submitted, I would like to either be an author or a participant in commenting on that report. My colleagues may feel differently, but I have a feeling that all of us would like to be involved at some point in the process. The last thing is, again, if the staff wants to make comments, they want to make their recommendations, I don't think we're anybody to stop that from happening, but I don't think that it should be included in our report. This is our report to the city council. I don't think anybody has any business to be in our report at any given time. If the city council's instruction is that the staff is to oversee and make comments based on our discussions, it would be understandable to say there was a disagreement in the relocation fee, for instance, or there is a disagreement in allowing these terminations based on a tenant. But then to come back and say, well, we think it should be this and this and so and such, that is bringing in additional comments, and I think it is invading the area of the body that should not have taken place. That's just my opinion at this point in time. And if we're going to make additional comments, I would appreciate that that report be presented to all of the members of the committee, that we allowed to make a comment or to make changes if necessary, because again, it is seeking our endorsement as a committee. And if it's going to go to the city council, I would appreciate if she said, no, I don't agree with that, and it's her comment in the report. I respect that because they're part of the committee. So from that standpoint, I think that's how any future reporting to the city council should be made. And if, again, their instruction is, let's include city comments, we think Ms. Marchand is wrong on this, we think Mr. Harapetian is wrong on this, then that's fine. But I didn't get that impression from the way this whole thing was put together and how we were supposed to report back to them. That's just my 2 cents. So going forward, again, you folks are going to write your report the way that you want, and I will definitely be at the next city council meeting. I hope that we're given more than 2 minutes time to discuss it. But again, the idea from this body being originally created is, let's focus on the topic areas and the hot points that the city can look at, which I think ultimately they need to sit down with staff and say, this is what the committee gave us, now what do you guys think? Because the staff is going to be instrumental in giving them guidance, suggestions. You know, you folks are the ones that are getting the phone calls, not us. So that they can essentially legislate and come to a final decision. They're supposed to do it, not anybody else. They're the legislatures. So, and I just felt that this is, you know, it's kind of like, yeah, we got together and we're going to use the committee as a, kind of as a starting point, but that should be the starting and the ending point as far as the city council is concerned. Unless, again, they instruct otherwise. That's it.
So how do we want to do this? Do we want to have a vote, pick the top two, or have a discussion on each one, see if there's a consensus on any one item? 'Cause- yeah, so we have like a couple of suggestions. Do we want to look at it, have a vote, take that back to council, or do you want to get a consensus on something?
So
How
are
does the
you,
committee want to approach
okay, so are you asking us, so for on the, I'm just,
the subject?
yeah, so I just want to clarify. On this, like for this example, you're asking us to
Pick one of the
pick one of the
suggestions. One or
suggestions.
two,
Okay,
the top two, and we'll take that as a red line to council. And
okay.
then let them move forward from there. So how do we want to approach this?
So you'd like us to focus on the requirement of the offering of the 1 year?
Well, this as an example, but we'll have multiple subjects. So they wanted clarification on a few things. One of them was the 1 year lease requirement. So let's say with this example, as you know, landlords are required to offer a 1 year lease whenever there's a rent increase, or if the tenant is on a 1 year lease, 90 days prior to the expiration of that lease. The committee made a couple of suggestions. One of them was removing the requirement of 1 year lease offer after the initial offer, so you offer it once, and then you don't have to offer it again. Suggestion number 2 was simplifying it, keeping noticing timing consistent with the state law, which I would assume it means removing the 1 year lease requirement. State law does not require 1 year lease, and whatever AB 1482 requirements would be. Suggestion number 3, offering the 1 year lease through a second year only if tenant rejects the lease, but continue to offer it if the tenant accepts it. So if the tenant rejects the first offer from the landlord is not required to offer it again. If the tenant accepts that 1 year lease offer, they're on a 1 year lease, the landlord has to continue to offer it until the tenant rejects it. And then staff's suggestion would be to require that the tenant ask for a 1 year lease. If they ask, the landlord's required to provide one. If they do not, then there's no obligation on the landlord to provide one. So how we would do this is either the committee votes or they have a discussion. If there's a unanimous consent on 1 or 2 of them, we can take that back to council. But we want to narrow it down to at least 2 that the committee agrees on. And then there was other suggestions on this topic requiring that any amendments be in writing, which I believe that's already a requirement or at least common practice. And no unilateral changes by the landlord unless required by state law. Those are the other 2 things that we discussed regarding 1 year leases.
So any particular order you want to take it?
Well, I want to open to you all. How do you want to approach it? Do we want to vote on each one, or do we want to just discuss and see where we land on, if anybody has any suggestions?
How about you discuss your favorite rather than vote? Because a yes or no,
Well, certainly, going back to your earlier point, if we want to send a very direct message to council as to what the committee's recommendation is, we would need 3 of you to agree on a single one for us to be able to do that.
okay.
If you can send a concrete suggestion to them, I think that would be preferable.
I'm sorry, one more?
If we could send a concrete decision to
Yeah,
them,
I
it would be
agree, I
preferable.
agree, I agree.
Well, I like 1 year lease to be offered every year to a tenant. If the tenant, denies or does not want that lease, then they just automatically go month to month. My reason for that is just because I feel like landlords, from my experience of dealing with tenants in crisis, I feel like landlords after that first year can say, oh, I'm not offering it because, and then have a frivolous reason. And then it goes into a whole nother, from their standpoint, maybe another reason of why there can be a possible eviction
So was that they required to offer it every year?
every year.
So number 3, I would say, if they accept the offer, continue to offer. If they reject, no
Right, but
more
it
offers.
says, it said through to the second year, but I'm saying
Oh,
continuously.
right.
That's where it threw me off. I'm saying continuously unless the tenant says, I'm okay with going month to month after this year, after year 2, after year 3, after year 4. I just think other things can arise when you put it on the tenant alone to say, hey, can I have another year lease? And then you have a landlord saying, I really don't like you, so we're going to do a month to month. Even though there's, again, there's a law with that as well, but again, everyone's not following the law.
That's a suggestion 4.
It doesn't really,
Understaffed.
How does that
No,
differ from the
it-
existing code?
That's just keeping it kind of the same way it is, I guess.
Saying if the tenant says, don't offer me leases anymore, that would be the variation from what is happening presently.
Well, that was, I think, one of the things that I brought up previously was what we had in the original just cause ordinance, which was if the tenant elected to opt out of a lease, I agree with Ms. Marchand, it would stay month to month. I think that's relatively logical. The only thing I would ask is, so again, the atmosphere is different with state law now than it was a couple of years ago. So if you have a 1-year lease, and at the end of the year, you have state laws now that protect under 1946.2 when you can evict and so on and so forth. The question is would a landlord need to offer a lease at that time? I think that the safest thing to do is to have the landlord offer a lease if at the time there is an increase in rent being charged. Because if everything is going to stay the same, what's the whole point of offering a lease? Because the tenant and again, unless I'm wrong here, the tenant still gets to stay unless there's cause to terminate. And that same cause element would be the same whether or not you had a lease. Non-payment of rent, illegal occupant, whatever, okay? I think it would just make sense that if the landlord is going to raise the rent, that at that point in time, they lock it down, which is what we want to do, is we want to protect the tenant from surprise future rent increases. The city of Glendale now also has the 7% cap, the state law has the 8% cap. Leaving it as a month-to-month was dangerous back then because you could have the 20 to 25% rent increase. But now that's not the case. It's just a suggestion that I like doing what Ms. Marchand has said is we do it, but do we want to do that only when there's a rent increase or just do it every year when the anniversary is up for that year's lease, subject to, of course, the tenants opting out and saying, I want to go month to month. That, I think, would be the only thing that City Council, or if we want to get staff comment at this point so that we could consider, is do we want to kind of muddy the water with making it only required to give a lease when there's a rent increase involved, or just let's keep it even simpler than that. On every anniversary, say, hey, here you go. Here's a lease. You want a lease or not? And give the tenant the option to accept or not. I agree with the notion of having all amendments to be in writing, 100%. The clarity is very important. As far as no unilateral changes by the landlord unless required by state law, I don't know how that would apply. But if what we're talking about is a landlord trying to be abusive with taking away parking or suddenly saying you can't have pets or something like that, I think that what we could borrow from is a situation where there is a reduction in services. So some of the rent control cities will not allow, or specifically, they're much more in tune with situations where a landlord makes an amendment that is deemed targeting the tenant, where they start to reduce things that normally you wouldn't see reduced, but for this, I'm going to get you now. But if the landlord says, for instance, I want to change your parking spot from here to over there, I don't think that that's necessarily the type of change that would cause that. Or laundry hours are going to change from 9 to 5 to, 10 to 4. These types of changes I don't think we need to get into. So my suggestion to the city council would be, is if there are any changes that the landlord is attempting to reduce services that were otherwise afforded to the tenant without some accommodation, then it should not be unilateral, it should be mutual. That's how you protect the tenant.
And I'll reiterate it again, going back to, yes, asking the tenant about the yearly lease, presenting it to them along with the exception, because I believe my landlord did that with, if there's an increase as well. Here's the increase, and you can still opt out, to go. If there's an increase, you can relocate or opt out. And I'm, again, saying it this way because there are also landlords that I experienced this year helping a tenant that they weren't even offering year to year. They weren't offering. They automatically told tenants, after the first year, you're automatically, I don't have to offer you an annual lease again. Some people, they just literally don't know.
Oh, I'm sorry,
I
I'm
just-
not,
oh,
yeah, go
so-
ahead. No,
I was just on that topic, I just don't know if we can, if it's a good idea to set legislation or rules just based on the few people who aren't doing it right. I mean, I wish we could focus on education and just have a clear policy, rather than, I feel like we're going in circles trying to prevent each small thing from happening in a way, which, I don't know, maybe the solution is more enforcement, more education, instead of changing the rules. But I with our experience, it's confusing to everyone the way it is now. And, getting the notices out, getting the tenants to reply is difficult. The tenants don't even reply when we send them out, and we have to badger them to say, hey, you were supposed to give us your answer if you want the lease or not within 2 weeks. And generally they don't. And then sometimes they change their mind. And then we say, okay, we're not sure what we're supposed to do. So it's all kind of confusing. So personally, I would vote for suggestion 1, just have it in the first time after their lease expires. I think that's what that's supposed to mean. So those are my comments.
I mean, from my understanding, the 1-year lease requirement was originally came in because it protected tenants from multiple increases in 1 calendar year. State law now says that you can't do that. You can only do a cap rate per year. So I mean, I totally understand your point. I think I would also vote to removing. I would also vote for suggestion 1, removing the requirement of the 1 years after the initial first. I just don't see the point of going to a tenant every single year and saying, okay, here's the lease. Either if it's increased, it's increased. If it's not increased, then you're month to month.
It's not just about the increase, it's also just offering them a year lease. Some people want to be a year lease. It has not, even outside of an increase. We're saying the year lease annually, even if there is no increase in rent.
I'm just trying to figure out what's the purpose of the lease.
I think it protects the tenant with housing. It protects. I think when it's month to month, if there's an issue with, in my opinion, if there's an issue with the landlord and tenant, if for whatever reason, then I think it affords the landlord more opportunity to evict. You may sit back and think about it when it's a year lease. If that person is paying their rent, you'll think about it. If it's month to month, I just think it gives, different issues. They can month to month make a decision to do this or that from a landlord's POV, in my opinion.
But we do have no faults. I mean, they can't just get it, they
But
can't.
I'm saying, you're right. That's what I was stating earlier. There is no fault. But as we heard here, there are people who are not following that. And so that is what my issue is. It just now drums up other things, and everyone can't pivot and shift fast. It's still uncomfortable to be uncomfortable with a lack of housing or threat or different things like that. I spend more time empowering people and trying to give them first the courage to fight or to just stand for a landlord and give them. Some people just don't even want to give them the paperwork that says, this is what you're doing wrong. And it's not all landlords, I understand that. So I think the protection of year-to-year offering, and I know it may take more manpower on a landlord's point of, but if I'm a landlord, I know what I'm getting into. No different if I own a store. This is what I'm getting into as owner.
If I may say something, I want to go back 22 years ago. The spirit of putting the just cause ordinance together was to give people essentially a heads up so they knew what was coming. And the idea of giving a lease, though I agree with everything you're saying, and that removing it doesn't make a difference, especially with the stat of the state law. However, back when we instituted this, back in the early 2000s, the idea was by giving the lease, you also lay the groundwork that the tenant can depend on. Okay, I have parking, I have this, I have that, I need to do this. So you're not just grounding the amount of the rent, but you're grounding the tenancy. If the tenant chose at that point to go month to month, which many will, by the way, many will, because especially with where rents are nowadays, people I think are smarter that, there's housing options either outside of this state or in other areas that are affordable given what we're now paying for rents. But having the one-year lease as a renewal option, I think to simplify it says to people, look, we've had a great year, let's have another great year, and here's where we're gonna stand. That way you also don't have the situation that you deal with, and it's an indirect benefit to the tenant that you don't have a renovation notice that comes across that may be in bad faith, or a relocation notice, because you can't relocate when there's a lease in effect. So again, laying this groundwork at the time of the anniversary, which also is a big benefit for the landlord too, because psychologically the tenant is locked in. Landlords are not looking for vacancy factors. So I think what it does is it creates this subconscious, harmonious, let's get along because we're still stuck together for another year.
Okay, so you would suggest that we keep the one-year lease requirement as is?
Yeah, I think you offer, what's confusing about the one-year offer now is if you're going to raise the rent, it's 90 days. State law says 30 days or 60 days if it was over 10%. Again, everything has changed so much in the last few years, it's like psychotic. So the simplicity is you want to renew your year's coming up, you say to the tenant, these are our terms, whether it could be ditto, it could be a one-word renewal, or it could be, this is what may change. We're living also in the Uber world now, so a lot of people don't have cars. They're not using their parking spaces. And the landlord, not necessarily to intimidate or harass, says, if you're not going to use that space and you're going back and forth with these vehicle services, maybe there's a benefit to give that space to somebody else who came in when I didn't have parking, because there's a lot of buildings that there's 12 units, but there's 10 parking spots. And then you got the one person who's not using the parking spot, and the landlord says, I could probably give this other person a benefit if I took it away from this person and gave it over here. So that's why I was saying is if you're gonna reduce services, because that tenant obviously paid, let's say, $1,100 knowing that they had a spot. So if you're gonna take it away and give it to someone else, you're reducing a service. If you give them, hey, I'm gonna give you $50 off, but I'm gonna give it to this other person because I'm probably gonna end up charging them for it, right? Then again, you keep the balance. This is all about keeping that balance so that one person doesn't feel the other one has a disadvantage over them. So you say, time for a new lease, this is what you can expect, 365 days, heads up, sign it, cool, if not. And there's another benefit, by the way. A lot of landlords that I've done leases for will say to the tenant, and even with the 7% example, hey, you're at $1,000. If you sign a lease, it's gonna go up to $1,050. If you don't sign a lease, it's gonna go up to $1,070. So how about you get $20 off for giving me the peace of mind that you're not going anywhere and I'm not gonna have to worry about a vacancy sign or renovation. So that, giving people the opportunity to know what's coming, I think would take away from this notion of unexpected uncertainty, and that's what creates a lot of the panic that exists with tenants specifically nowadays, because they just don't know what's coming. And you heard it, 60 days, 30 days, get out, you got to find a place to be.
Can I just address that one point with regard to the differing terms when offering a lease, and then if it's written versus a one-year lease versus month-to-month? That's actually addressed in the code. It's under section 9.30.025C. And it says that if the tenant or prospective tenant rejects the offer of a written lease, which has a minimum term of 1 year, then the landlord and the tenant or prospective tenant may enter into an agreement, oral or written, that provides for a rental term of less than 1 year. And then it
Right.
goes on to say that there shall be good faith, that that needs to be done essentially on substantively the same
Yes.
conditions as the other. Having a $20
Savings with a lease. It was the opposite. See, what was happening in the past was the landlord was saying let's say $1,000 is your base rent. They'd say, I'll give you $1,070 if you go lease, and $1,050 if you go month to month. So what was happening back then is they were baiting them to go out of the lease. And that's the whole reason we added that language, is you didn't want to bait and switch and catch the tenant off guard by saying, take the lower option, it's month to month, you got freedom, you got flexibility, you can buy out anytime you want. And what was happening was that the tenant was electing that option, the exemption kicked in, and once the exemption kicked in and there was no just cause ordinance protection, you can give a 60-day notice and say goodbye. So that's the reason that was. But in my scenario that I just gave you, it's the opposite. Landlords are giving discounts to people that sign leases, and they're charging more for the flexibility to get up and leave. You see what I'm saying? So if I say
But that would still not be on substantially the same terms. So there would be a difference. If the tenant sees a benefit in signing the lease, then it doesn't meet the spirit of the law that's currently in place.
But if they sign it, they get the better deal, though. That's what I'm saying, is if the tenant signs $1,050.
Both win. If the landlord really wants to have the peace of mind for a year and the tenant is getting lower rent, so then what's the problem?
Again, that language that was originally put in the ordinance came from the exemption. If you remember the exemption that we had, back then it was, if you give a lease and the tenant says no, it's month to month. And if the tenant said no, there was no protection under just cause. Under the exemption, the landlord could give a 60-day notice and terminate that tenancy. So what we said was, hold on a second. If that's the case, then what's to stop a landlord from tantalizing a tenant with, take the month-to-month option, it's cheaper. And the whole idea was we wanted to encourage leases. Well, landlords at that point, if they gave a lower rent, what's the tenant gonna do? Let me guess. I can pay $1,050, stay month to month and have my freedom, or $1,070 and have a lease. I'll take the $1,050. Oh, there's your 60-day notice. You're now, that unit is exempt and you're not protected by the just cause ordinance. And that's exactly why we put that. Today, that language is obsolete, shouldn't even be there.
Okay, so you're advocating for suggestion number 1, removing the requirement of the 1-year lease?
No, I was saying number 3.
Number 3.
I agree with Ms. Marchand. I think we should do number 3.
Number 3 says offering the 1-year lease through to the 2nd year only if the tenant rejects the lease.
Well, that's what we were.
Continue to offer the lease if the tenant accepts it.
Right.
That's what we were saying. This one, but every year.
Currently, the law requires that the landlord offer it every year. If
So
the
then-
landlord does not offer it, then a rent increase would not be considered effective. And if the landlord wants to increase it, then they would have to offer the 1-year lease. So you're saying leave status quo.
Exactly.
You'd like the lease requirement to remain intact, the way that it is presently.
Yeah, because that's also, it mirrors state law, number 1. I think we should add some additional language that clarifies that, including when a rent increase is, to be issued as per state law provides, right? But, hold on, I just lost my train of thought.
So, if we could just maybe focus on that so that we could get clear direction. We're hearing 2 people advocating for actually suggestion number 4, which is leave status quo.
Yes.
And then there are 2 people who are proposing that we go with suggestion 1,
What's status
at this-
4? What's suggestion?
It's not there, but leaving it the same.
leaving it as is.
No, as is the confusion is this whole notion of 30 days versus 90 days and all that stuff. I didn't like that language that we have in the current state of the municipal code. That's very confusing, because there's this language that if they don't accept it within 14 days, and that was post-2019, first increase, versus if they don't accept it within 60 days. Are you familiar with the sections that I'm referring
Yes,
to?
and so I think what you're suggesting is offer a lease every year, but change the requirements in the current code from 90 days to 60 days.
Whatever, the current code, I think is it 60 days?
It's 90.
In the state?
You're proposing that, no, in the Glendale code is 90.
No,
You're
no, no.
suggesting
state
I think
It is 30 days if it's under 10%, 90 days if it's over 10%.
for the rent increase, right? Yeah, but at the same time, that's 30 days for the tenant to accept or deny, correct? Yeah, I would go with 30 days, which was the easier of the options available, because they first put in 15, then they put in 60.
Okay, so you're just proposing a change to the timeline that is in the current code?
Yes, correct.
Okay, so
Correct.
in order for us to be able to move the discussion forward, we would need a motion.
And the motion would be worded as?
Well, I mean, there are two different people,
Suggestion.
there are two different offers for a suggestion, and now we're looking to see who wants to make a motion. So we could either make the motion through the team over here that's proposing or advocating for suggestion number one.
Are you both
Or,
still with number one?
Yeah.
What you're proposing, and so the way that it would work is we would hear a motion, somebody could make a motion, somebody would need to second that, we can have further discussion on it, and then we would take a vote.
With option one, doesn't that still entail having to offer a lease if you're gonna renew and you're gonna increase?
The requirement of the one-year lease in the Glendale Municipal Code would go away, and then we would just go to whatever the state law requirement is.
Which, as I understand it, it's
30 days for anything that's under 10%, which everything is because of the state law,
Yeah.
and 90 days anything over.
you
I mean,
get the-
suggestion one would be one offer of a one-year lease, right?
Suggestion one is basically what we had
Whatever state laws.
before.
The first year has to be a lease, and then you do one more, or it's just the first year? I'm
To
sorry.
be clear, it would remove the requirement from the Glendale Municipal Code. So we would redact 9.30.025, and we would just comply with whatever the state requirement is.
Which is also fine.
Yeah.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing.
Same thing.
Oh, I'm sorry.
First
Steve,
one's a
go ahead.
little different. The first one, they would have to make one offer in the beginning when they're accepting the tenant. After that, they do not have to offer another lease. So we remove the current requirements, 90 days, everything. And the landlord has to make an offer the first time they're accepting a tenant, and after that, there will be no requirement for the landlord to offer one use. That's suggestion one.
I'm still with suggestion 4.
So, but-
That's not there. Keeping a lease wherever
What
it
does-
is,
What the state law
offering a lease every year, period.
That's suggestion two.
What does state law say specifically for over and under on the second year? Is it that they have to offer a lease?
No, the state law doesn't require any offer of any one-year leases. It's just if you're going to increase the rent and it's over 10%, it has to be a 90-day notice.
Okay.
If it's under 10%, it's 30 days.
Notice.
Notice.
There's no mandatory renewal of a lease.
No,
But
there's no.
I think the initial requirement of the multi-year offer was put in place before we had a lot of the other protections of the rent increase can only happen once a year, and the no-fault eviction. So there are more protections in the state law now for tenants.
So 2 people for one and 2 people for the,
I can see myself voting for, I've made a suggestion, but I could see myself voting for one, but I see where the problem's gonna be down the road, which is contrary to what city council started with back in the early 2000s. I'll vote for one.
That's my concern with one.
I know, but that's the whole thing is, again, the only difference between 1 and 4 is that each year you're basically saying, this is where we stand for another year. With the current state of the law, it's even easier to do that. But if we want to stay month to month and hope things don't change or people don't get creative, that's fine with me.
I'm sticking with.
Do we
Or-
need, do we need an official vote, Lucy, or,
Yes.
all right, so do we have a motion?
I don't know what we're voting.
I could move to
Motion for your suggestion,
We have a 4. We have a 4.
but for status quo.
or status quo with
Status quo.
amendments to equalize with state law as far as the notice dates.
So keep noticing state law and require the landlord to continue to offer the one-year lease.
I think I
Yes.
just heard the same thing. Yeah.
But if the tenant rejects it, then it's month to month.
That's fine.
Right, which is our current rule.
Yeah.
So then if the tenant rejects it, you don't have to offer it again the next time? Okay, I can go for that.
But that's a
Okay.
completely different
That's not,
suggestion.
yeah.
Yeah, we're just giving options. Do you want this or not?
And by the way, Madam City Attorney, I would also propose that if, let's say, anticipating long-term relationships, tenant, year 2 is thinking, well, I might buy a house, and that doesn't pan out, and interest rates go through the roof or whatever. And then in year 3, they mutually come back to an agreement, and they say, okay, let's do a lease. I think that the obligation to offer the lease should be as long as the parties have agreed at some point to reach that consensus. So if the tenant goes month to month, but in a later year, the landlord and the tenant reach a consensus for another lease, then that essentially resets that right to be offered another lease upon that renewal or that anniversary. And then at the end of that, should they elect to go back again to month, then again, all bets are off.
Right, so let me describe it and then somebody can make a motion. So I think everyone agrees on the adjustment to number 3. So landlord is required to offer the one-year lease based on state requirements for noticing periods. After that initial year, if the tenant accepts, they continue to offer the one-year lease. If the tenant ever rejects the one-year lease and they go on a month-to-month, the landlord no longer has to make that one-year lease offer until at which point the landlord or tenant may come to an agreement, hey, maybe we should be on a one-year lease, at which point it resets that requirement.
Or what about, just to keep it simple, after that, it's just mutual agreement of the parties, rather than writing in a rule that, of something that happened, like, for it to start over again seems complicated to me.
And in that situation, the substantially similar language would need to be there again, because you don't want the landlord to bait a month-to-month term that's lower. You want the tenant to reject it based on substantially similar terms.
Lucy, all good? All right, so is there a motion to have it, suggestion number 4, with the caveat, no reset caveat, I guess?
I'd make that motion,
I
yes.
make that
Right.
motion.
All right,
Second?
1 second.
we need a vote? Peter?
Sorry, I wasn't ready.
We jointly make the motion, I like to be on.
So the motion was made, and there was a second for suggestion number
3 with some adjustments.
3 with the adjustments as provided by CPON? All right.
Committee member.
Committee
Fritz.
member Bertollet, how do you vote on that?
Approve, aye?
Repetian?
What do I say?
Yes.
Marchand?
Yes.
Zagarian?
Yes.
Okay.
Can I just, before we go on, did I see someone bring up a card?
Yes. And I didn't know if this is something that we needed to take now or after discussions.
Does it relate to this particular
This is the
agenda
only
item?
item that it can relate to. There are no more public comments after this item. Do you
Okay,
want to
so
take it now?
we should take the comment now, and then there are some additional clarifications that we want to go through before we move on from this
Okay.
item. Who is the
Then we'll open it
speaker?
up to public comment for Ramella. 3 minutes?
No, it's not going to take that long. No, basically, yeah, you already took to vote, right? You already approved that the revision
requirement?
yeah, you just, well. Did you ask people to make comment about that? I mean, did you ask people to make a comment about the requirement of the offering 1-year return lease?
Ma'am, we're not legislating, we're making a suggestion on a report that's going to city council. So we're not writing anything into law tonight. We're making a suggestion
Okay, it's just gonna go to the
to
council.
the city council, yes, and
Yeah,
then
so I
they,
think you would comment then, is that?
and you're
So
welcome.
that's where we're gonna make public gonna make comment. and
Yes,
make-
there will be a
present our
report that's
council.
prepared, and once that report is prepared, it'll say, the committee makes the following suggestion for the city council to
Suggestion,
consider.
Okay, all right.
And then you can say, oh, I agree with the suggestion, I disagree with the suggestion, I have my own ideas.
Because what I understand that you just, you didn't mention about the amount of increase? I didn't hear about that.
We're still
That's-
discussing it, so please make your comment
I
now.
see. No,
We're not
that's-
done yet. This is the time for you to speak.
Oh, okay, no, because, well, I can't speak related to this issue, requirement of release.
Speak about anything you like.
This, okay. So, actually, this is just a, it has nothing to do with the the housing rights, housing right provision, what do you call that?
Mhm.
So, I want to make a criticism that about Mr. Victor Harapetians, that you mentioned people coming from streets. I make comments here. Make comment. You say like people come from the streets and say whatever they want or make whatever comment they want. Just I want to correct you about that. So people are not coming from streets here at this, to come to this chamber. They don't come from the street to the chamber, make comments, or make make suggestion here. Those are people. I mean, they're like member of public coming make suggestion or make comments, and or their constituents. They're coming to this council. To the chamber and whatever they want to present or make any kind of speeches or.
I think maybe the comment was misunderstood. He wanted to say that they are the committee members that were selected by the council. They weren't just
they
average
mentioned
people
about
off the
whoever
street.
if there are committee members or people.
He wasn't disparaging committee
member
members.
of public coming here.
No.
I mean,
He wasn't trying to disparage members of the public. I didn't understand it that way.
Yeah, he was saying that people can come to speak.
No, they say people from the street.
Yeah, he said, but he means
They
people
you
can
can't
come from
call
the
them
outside to
street.
come in
I
to speak.
understand that, but that's not a nice way to address people.
So he's
So
just,
it's-
I think it was just, I think it was
Yes,
just a
that's
matter
it,
of,
you got it.
we've always been asking for the public to come and
They're
speak,
public, yeah, member of public or constituents. They're not
yes,
people from street.
or just people, okay.
Okay.
Next speaker, Karen Kwok.
Hi, I'm Karen Kwok, and sorry for the late notice, but I wasn't sure when you were taking public comment. I was waiting to the end. Okay, so I'm basically going to repeat the comment I made to the City Council when they heard this agenda item. And this is largely in response to Mr. Harapetian's comments earlier tonight that having watched almost all City Council meetings for several years, and this is not the only City Committee meeting that I watch regularly, that there are many others, that I noticed that there's a disconnect in communication in both directions. That I find that most members of city boards and commissions do not watch City Council meetings, and that most City Council meetings don't watch these board and commission meetings regularly. And that creates a disconnect because the committee doesn't, each board or commission doesn't understand how the context of how the work fits in with city government. And also the City Council, because they don't watch these committee meetings themselves, they rely on city staff, to make that communication for them. And like you, I think it's fantastic to see more direct communication between city boards, commissions, and the council. And my suggestion was to create council liaisons. That we have currently 13 city boards and commissions and 5 council members. Simply assign each council member 3 or 4 commissions or boards, and that would make for direct communication at every meeting. But I also love your suggestion, why don't we have joint meetings? That's a great idea too. But this is more about the city of structured government. And frankly, the reason I gave was it would reduce the burden on city staff to have to make this communication from. I would love to see more open, transparent communication between not just various boards and commissions and with the city council, but the various boards and commissions with each other, because their work also intersects in very interesting ways, which they might not be well aware of. And that would make the entire city function better, as well as each individual city board and commission. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Karen. Okay, so with that, Stepan stepped away really quick. He'll be
We move
back.
on to one of the other areas where there were comments, meaning amendments must be in writing. Can we also get some clarification on that and then ultimately take a vote? When we talk about amendments must be in writing, can we be specific as to what type of amendments? Because currently a landlord may change the terms of the landlord based on state law with the offer of a 30-day notice. So when we talk about, is it existing terms of the lease that the landlord may change, or the parties have to agree to amend, or is it any requirement of occupancy of the unit that can now be changed with a 30-day notice must be in writing, and by amendment, if a lease is signed by both parties, then the amendment itself has to be signed by both parties, which considerably changes the way that the requirement is now, which is just a one-way landlord offering a 30-day change of terms versus the two parties agreeing to that. And there was an example that was provided, like, switching around parking spots. We've had complaints from individuals who have said, I was parked in a spot that was right by my unit, and now I've been switched out because my landlord likes my neighbor more. Now I have to walk a distance with my groceries and my kids in order to be able to get there. And so where one person might think that that's a minimal change that could be done with a 30-day notice, another person might think that that's actually significant. And so if we're going to add that type of language, we need to be specific so that there is not confusion on the part of landlords and tenants as to what is considered an amendment that's in writing versus not.
I agree. I think, in looking at it, I think the word lease is the one that throws the fork into this whole situation. I think it's, when you have a lease, you're obviously not going to make changes unless it's done mutually. I think if you're dealing with the month-to-month tenancy, that would be the more logical situation where a landlord may want to make an amendment to an understanding. Likewise, the other concern that I think we had at one of our earlier meetings is when they talk amongst themselves and there's discussion, verbal changes, that should be confirmed in some sort of a writing. So in a lease scenario, I don't think this really applies, because you're going to propose the new lease and you either sign it or you don't. Once you've signed it, you're not going to have an amendment subject to a mutual amendment. But if you're dealing with a month-to-month tenancy situation, or a situation where the parties mutually agree verbally to make changes, I think it's best to include that in some sort of a writing so that it's clear what that change is. That's all.
But to be specific, do we want to state those things or what those things? So parking should be one, right?
Well,
But I think we're broadening this whole, aren't we broadening this category now?
I think anytime they make a change, they should confirm it in writing. I mean, the idea is we don't want it to be a he said, she said. You said I can park there. I said I can park.
I agree with that, yeah.
We hereby agree that the parking shall now, at this point, is being changed to under the oak tree, whatever.
And if one party disagrees, then it's not a valid change.
Then again, a landlord can give notice of any change under 827, okay? But I think that this situation with amendments, I think we originally dealt with when there were verbal, because you can have a verbal tenancy between landlord and tenant. So I think if they're gonna make changes to it, because they have some existing understanding, they need to incorporate that change, which probably will be at some point a mutual discussion, into a writing. Remember, we're trying to get rid of the vagueness at this point. So in a lease, you don't have the vagueness because it's going to say you have such and such. But in a verbal tenancy scenario, I think that was the only time this really came into fruition, is if you make changes, put it in writing so that everybody knows where they stand again.
So to keep it simple, can we still just say any amendment be at least month to month, must be in writing.
Yeah,
Even though
I think so.
we know that under a lease, they probably will not touch. But I do know of situations where people did have to show a landlord a lease and say, see, in my lease. So I think if we just make that a blanket statement, all amendments.
I'll give you another, an example where this comes up. On additional occupants, the lease says it's $1,000 a month, and for each additional person, you know, you've identified 4 people. If the 5th person comes in, it's a 10% rent increase for the additional occupant. That person comes in, there should be something that says at that point, we hereby agree that so-and-so is now in the unit, and the rent shall now be $1,100, considering the 10% because this is per lease provision, whatever, paragraph 8. That way, when the tenant starts paying the $1,100, then the tenant knows where they stand. And if the tenant gives notice that this person has vacated the premises and my rent reverts back to the $1,000, they've clarified in that amendment, you know, this person shall be there through November 30th, or this person shall be there until tenant provides landlord notice in writing that this person has vacated and is no longer there. As opposed to them saying, oh, I could tell the landlord this and that, and that's all that's the end of it. Again, with these types of changes, this is where the disputes tend to come up.
Okay, so in
it's
that
just
specific
basically taking
example-
minutes. I'm sorry, it's just taking minutes of your discussion, really,
So
and keeping that.
in that specific example where you've got a lease agreement that spells out the terms of an additional tenant, that would actually be a lease amendment, right? Because there would be something in the lease. I heard you say a moment ago that we don't want to touch that, but the recommendation was that when it's an oral arrangement, so the written lease is the terms of it may still apply, but the end date has passed, so they've converted to a month-to-month tenancy under the original lease agreement. In those situations, when now they come to an oral arrangement, then they must reduce that to writing, otherwise it may not be valid. So they may not, but this will not affect, if I understand correctly, a landlord's ability to make changes unilaterally by providing a 30-day notice.
Absolutely well stated. Perfect.
Okay, we'd need a motion on that, and then a second and further discussion, please, if needed. Do you want to make that into a motion?
Make that motion. I just don't know how to word it as well as you do.
You could say I move to
As
add
described
that as stated.
Yeah, I would move to adopt the language as far as the amendments and maintaining the unilateral changes as indicated by Ms. Vartan.
Is there a
Marpetia.
second to that motion?
I second that motion.
Is there any further discussion on that?
Committee member Schultz Bertolet,
Yes.
committee member Harpetian,
Yes.
committee member Marchant,
Yes.
committee member Zargarian.
Yes.
Okay, so that motion passes. Thank you. The other area that we discussed under this specific section had to do with reduction of rent. There was an example that said, you know, if parking's taken away, then there has to be a fair reduction in value. How does that value determined? And then, who makes that determination? Let's say the landlord, in your example, reduces the rent by $50 for the parking, but then rents it to someone else for $150. I mean, what's the checks and balances on that?
Wonderful question. That is usually handled by some sort of a hearing in the other cities that have rent control. They have that structure set up that's part of the reduction of services application that will be filed by a tenant. In the city of Glendale, since we don't have that type of a feature, it's an arbitrary moving target. Yeah, that's going to be a hard one.
So this is where the staff edification comes in. We don't have a mechanism in place, unlike the rent control cities, to handle that. So what would be the recommendation from the committee to the council to say, we think you should add a mechanism by which a body or a person or an individual, the housing director, for example, will make that determination?
I don't know enough about the housing director's qualifications.
That'd be that guy over there.
Peter? Okay, yeah, I think that's a good question. That's a really good question. I think we should ask Peter. So we're trying to figure out, Peter, that.
But we're adding new things now.
Well,
This
no,
is a new
it's-
thing.
Again, it's just the idea was that, again, in trying to maintain the balance, if a landlord was to reduce services, not necessarily make boilerplate type changes to the lease, but you suddenly say, I'm taking away a parking spot, I'm provided a laundry facility at the premises, I'm now removing laundry, so there's no more laundry machines. And if they're going to do those types of changes to an agreement, should there be a means, and one of the suggestions was the housing director makes a determination on what the reduction of services value would be to afford the tenant an offset, essentially, given the fact that they're now getting for something less than what they had originally bargained for.
So you're having it, wow, I was only out for a couple of minutes and you came on this item, I'm sorry. You're asking about whether or not there should be some type of language that will allow, when there's a reduction in services, that will allow the housing director to then determine
How
the
much?
significance of it and then how much?
The housing director was one suggestion. We were discussing that.
I
In other cities, what they do is, in the rent control jurisdictions.
I was gonna say, they
We're not
probably do it in
but-
a rent control
I know,
scenario.
I know,
And I can see exactly a member of the public or members of the public saying that that's just one more step closer to rent control. They've already made comments like that, so I don't know.
I get that. I mean, the other thing that we could very easily do is that that there will not be a reduction of services unless mutually agreed upon, potentially, is one way of doing it.
Can I make a suggestion? A small percentage, maybe 1% of the total rent. If there's a reduction in services, 1% of the total rent would be reduced from the rent. So if your rent's $2,500, $25 reduction in rent.
Again, what I'm trying to do is in making these types of proposals for consideration, these are the things that create the frustration points that lead to the strict rent control ordinances that you see in other jurisdictions. So what we're trying to do is keep the level playing field. You know, if you came in and you agreed to pay $1,500 and you had laundry and you had parking, if the landlord takes away your laundry and your parking and they're doing it in a means which we would presume is not because, suddenly the laundry room became an ADU or something like that. It's because the landlord is trying to target the tenants. And that's what creates that frustration, that there should be some sort of an offset because the tenant has bargained for something and it shouldn't be pulled out from underneath them. So if they mutually agree, hey, look, I'm gonna take away your parking, I'll give you $50, which is what happens most of the time, then the tenant's happy, and I don't think the tenant really cares at that point what the landlord makes, as long as they're happy with the number that they're getting. But in reducing the services when it's done in a retaliatory manner, again, I've represented lots of tenants that have been basically targeted with, you can't have a dog anymore. And this is not because the dog is being left off the leash or the dog is defecating all over the property. This is because the landlord wants to send a signal, a message to that tenant. Those types of things, if you're not gonna be allowed to have a pet, if you're not gonna be allowed to have a parking spot, if you're gonna have your laundry taken away from you, well, what's fair in that scenario? There should be some offset. The landlord and the tenant may agree, okay, there's no future rent increase for the next year. I'm not gonna raise your rent, I'm taking this away, I was gonna raise it X%. is this something that the city council should consider as part of their discussion? So that, again, we keep the even keel, because you don't want the tenant coming in here and saying, I agree to pay $1,500, and I'm month to month, and 3 months into this thing, this SOB went ahead and said, I can't park here, can't use the laundry, laundry hours are between 12 and 1, that person knows I'm working during those hours. So these are the types of things that are done purely to harass and annoy individuals. It's hard to prove, but it's pretty obvious when you're starting to take away things that were the whole part of the limelight of why you got what you got and who you got to rent your property.
Right.
And I think the city council should at some point consider, even if it's just a passing discussion for them, what do we do if a landlord reduces services? Because I'd be upset. If I had a dog and they told me.
This was brought up to the city council, and so as something that the committee was recommending. But in order for the city council to receive your recommendation, we would need more specific direction, and that's what we're asking for. So the idea of reduction of rent commensurate with the reduction of services was presented to the city council. At this point, if you'd like that idea to move through, we would need more concrete suggestions on how that should be done, meaning how do you foresee that playing out? I mean, do you make a list of the various services where there could be a reduction? I mean, if it was discussed in this committee, it was presented to the city council. And so at this point, if you want to see council consider a specific mechanism for incorporating that into the code, you should offer it. Otherwise, it's not gonna get implemented.
I understand. The only thing is, I don't think I'm prepared right now to formulate a roadway, some sort of path for a suggestion, so I don't want to just wing it.
Okay, that's fair. We can add that as something that we can incorporate for a later discussion, unless other committee members feel like that should not be an amendment that moves forward to the council, and we could take a vote on that.
No,
I just don't think for tonight, for this term of this committee, we're not even going to get through what we're supposed to get through tonight if we keep adding things. Because we have a lot to get through, and I just would like to stick with what we've got on the table, personally.
So would you like us to bring this back? I mean, we've got just this meeting left, unless we need to continue it to some other time. But
Timing's not gonna work on that because we have to go back to council and we want to do that before the end of the year and their schedule's a mess, so this is the last meeting. But for this item, maybe just come up with the red line and then let council know that the committee did not exactly vote one way or the other. Let council decide on it.
well, would you be comfortable doing that?
I mean, instead of trying to figure out what the market value of parking is and try to reduce that from the monthly rent, I think Mr. Aratunian's suggestion that changes can't happen unless it's mutual would be probably the best approach.
Same, I agree with that too.
The only problem is the state law allows you to make changes, so if the person wants to make a change, they should be entitled to do that. I don't want to tie someone's hands from making changes, because that's a right that state law allows people to do.
For the landlord?
Yeah, for the landlord or the tenant. I mean, the tenant can exercise certain rights too. For instance, if you give a tenant 2 parking spots and they want to give 1 back, they have that option too. I'm just saying is, if the landlord is doing it in a unilateral method, and where I have seen this be a problem is taking pets away, taking parking away. Some of the streets down here on Lomita, down just by Colorado Boulevard, in the evening, parking is atrocious, So if I have a parking spot inside the building and my landlord says, oh, I'm taking your spot away, I'm gonna put you outside, well, at least I'd like to know I'm getting something back to make it fair, since I agreed to having a spot. So the 1,500 hypothetically that I agreed to was one bedroom, one bath, granite countertops or whatever, or laminate flooring, a parking spot, laundry, da-da-da. And also you change it, why can't I change what I'm paying? Because that's not what I'm paying for, is to have the luxury of walking 3 blocks if I'm living down on a street that has a horrible parking scenario. So again, all I'm pointing out is what I've seen. I'm here because they say you apparently have done a couple of these, and I've seen the frustration points that build that makes these people come here to want to, vent it out and say, this is just not right, something's not fair. And it's because the landlord has the higher ground because it's their property, and they're going to pull that string. Not all of them, but there are some that do. So why not, make some accommodation for that?
Sipan, do we get the complaints concerning that? Parking, dogs?
Yeah. That's actually something that we have received a complaint today about a landlord who took away a storage unit from their tenant. And our ordinance doesn't really address that. So it's between the landlord and tenant. We should suggest to the tenant that they should discuss with their landlord about reducing the rent or finding some kind of accommodation because they had services reduced. But there's nothing in our ordinance that says they're required to reduce the rent or provide any kind of accommodation. So let's just move on from this, and if we have time at the end, we'll get back to it.
Maybe staff here can give a suggestion as well. I mean, I definitely agree. If you reduce something or something is taken away, there needs to be an adjustment.
I just want to be clear, are we all okay with staff coming up with a recommendation on this particular item based on the discussion that was made?
I think so, and Ms. Marchand brings up a good point as in following up with your question. I don't think any one of us has a problem with staff making a recommendation. If we can't reach a consensus and the body says, the committee says, we would love to hear staff's recommendations on this, I think that's all fair game.
Okay.
And then when you make the recommendation, can you let us know? Would that be
so
fair? Or
This next meeting is going to be a red line version of the ordinance, and
Gotcha.
we will send it to you earlier. We'll do a better job of sending it out earlier than we did last time. Last time was just, the meeting happened last minute, so we had to get things done quickly. But let's move on to banking. So the other suggestion that the committee had was regarding the banking. So as you know, landlords are allowed to bank unused rent increases and use them at one time. They're allowed to bank up to 21% and use 15% at any time, but obviously because of AB 1482, those rules are a little different because they're not allowed to use the 15%. They have to go by whatever their state law cap is. So right now, landlords can look back as far as 2019. There's no limit to how far they can go back to collect on that bank. This is going to become a problem in the future, 10, 20 years from now. When a landlord wants to increase the rent, they look back to 2020 and say, I didn't increase my rent in 2020, so I'm using that unused rent increase to increase your rent past the relocation requirement. The suggestion was to cap the look-back period to something like 2-3 years is what we discussed. And we just wanted a consensus on that. And the other suggestion was to include that banking transfers from the old owner to the new owner in case the property is sold. And staff also would like to suggest that the 21% total bank be decreased to 15% just to be simpler and easier to understand in the ordinance. Right now, the landlord can bank up to 21%, but they can use 15% anytime. And once the state law expires, this will be something that landlords can do, is increase up to 15%. But they'll have a total bank collected 21%. So there's 3 things that I guess we need consensus on. One, would you like to see 2 years, 3 years, or another number as far as the limit to how far landlords can go? 2, does everybody agree that banking should be passed from old owner to the new owner? And for the staff suggestion, would you consider lowering the total bank from 21% to 15% to match how much the one-time landlord can use, the total max? So we can start with the first.
Staying compliant with state law.
Yeah, can you clarify what state law is? Because we can't raise 15%.
Right.
at all,
yeah.
anytime, right?
When
No,
does
the
it
state
sunset?
law,
When does it sunset?
2030.
yeah.
2030, right? Yeah.
So
What, AB 1482? Oh.
Yes.
this is for after, so after.
Oh, this
it
is for
sunsets.
after AB 1482?
It's already in our code, it's just,
I don't think
once
gonna
it sunsets,
Oh,
the
gosh.
rule is still going to be there, so.
Okay.
The municipal code was adopted prior to the state law.
Yeah, I get, yeah,
So
okay.
in this
that makes
particular
sense.
area, and there was a statement made about the cap in Glendale being 7%. There's no cap in Glendale.
Yeah.
What Glendale says is if the rent increase is more than 7%, then relocation, the offer of relocation comes in. So that in itself, at the moment, could have gone up to 15%. The increase could have gone up to 15% until state law came in and said no more than what state law says, which is 10% or the 5% plus the cost of living. So, which could be lower than 10% and has sometimes been lower than 10%. And so, once you go above the 7% and you're getting closer to the state law value, you can go up as that high, but anything after the 7% would require the relocation offer.
Banking just allows you to bypass that requirement of that offer, but you can't
So
go
you could
past.
bank it with, you could say, for example, today, this year it's 8.8 is AB 1482. You go to 8.8 if you had it banked, but you wouldn't have to pay relocation.
Right.
Correct.
Okay, I got it.
So first one, do we want to establish a limit to the look back? So basically, do we want to limit landlords from being able to go back 20, 30 years to collect on unused rent increases? And this is for the future, not that they can
Okay.
go back 20, 30 years now. But years from now, this ordinance will still be in place. Can they go back unlimited amounts of time to collect on that rent? Or do we want to cap it 2 years, 3 years, another number that you all might come up with? Any comments?
I think that I think it should be capped. I think that, you know, if somebody doesn't raise the rent for 10 or 20 years, that's not a responsible landlord, so, sorry.
You think the look back should be 2 years or 3 years? What's
I
your
guess
comfort level?
3, as, I mean,
Anybody else?
I would agree with 3.
Same, I would agree with 3.
Maybe we can handle all of this together in a single motion,
Sensible. Right.
Sipan? So we've got the look back being 3 years, possibly,
And then, do we want the banking to pass from one owner to the next?
yes.
Yes.
I think it does currently,
Yeah.
but we don't state it, so
Right.
we
It
could be
does.
clear
Yeah.
in the ordinance.
Yeah, we've been practicing it, that it does pass from one owner to the other.
I mean, my issue with that is just the paperwork. How are you? If it does pass from one owner to another, I mean, what? How
Well,
many?
With the look back, it helps a little because then a landlord doesn't have to have a record for 10 years saying, oh yeah, this year I didn't increase the rent, so you have banked from that year. So 2, 3 years, it's easier to say to the next owner that, hey, I didn't increase the rent in 2021, so you have potential 7% to use the next 2 years. It makes it easier if you pass it on from one owner to the other. And the tenant also has the responsibility as well to be aware of their rent increases.
I'm okay with passing it if we could cap it at the 15. That way, you know, it's not a substantial increase if it does, you know, change ownership.
So the 15%, we already capped it at 15. It's just the total bank, you can't
15%
collect more.
in a given year.
Year? Okay.
So
Yeah.
the
But
change
still-
would be that you lower the amount of bank that the landlord can hold. So if a landlord doesn't increase the rent for, let's say, 3 years in a row, they can't hold a 21% bank. They can only hold
The
a
15.
15% bank.
Right. So if
They could carry over, though, to the following
Right.
year, right.
Right.
But remember, we're talking 2031 at this point, and that's also making a big assumption that the state's not going to extend this.
Right.
I don't, I think it's going to be here for a while.
Yeah, it's extending for sure.
Yeah, I think it's going to be here. And I think,
Isn't something even stricter on the ballot this next time?
yeah, the other thing too, with regards to the 21%, again, in keeping with the spirit that this was originally enacted by the city council after considerable debate, I would feel very uncomfortable and remiss to touch this because this was their baby. So if they did that, I say we just leave it. And if,
This is something that they sent back to the committee and asked for a comment.
Oh, it's not a critical issue, I'd say, because
apparently,
it's not going to impact anything too significantly, but we just thought we'd see if there is a consensus on it.
how many of the, I think the current members, I think there's maybe only, is it one? That
There's
was
only
there till
one.
3 a.m. with the rest of us at that one meeting? I think,
If we don't have a consensus on that, we can just get a vote on the other two, and
I think if we're going to keep 3 years, we have the 7% per year, and then above that, as you stated accurately, and I believe I called it a cap, but you're
doesn't it-
correct. It's the requirement to pay the relocation benefit. Yeah, I think that it seems to just kind of gel. Everything just kind of locks in, so.
You mean
I-
keeping it at
Keep it
21?
1%, it's 3 years, so it's anything, because it's up to 7%.
Yeah.
So, I mean, some landlords that didn't raise, why should that landlord or a potential future purchaser not get the benefit of having that flexibility is all you're giving them? It's not really an abuse of power, it's just flexibility to do what they could have done anyways, so.
As it stands, or if it's rewritten, doesn't this go against the 7% state law?
No, it's
The state
5
law
plus
is 8.8,
CPI,
or yeah, 5
CPI.
plus
Yeah,
CPI.
everything we're talking about assumes state law didn't exist. Which
So
is kind
we're even talking about this for after the current state law would
Goes away.
go away.
goes
but
away.
We don't even know if that's going to happen.
None of this applies if state law is still in effect
So, I mean,
as its current state.
Right, so we're planning this for past 2030 is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Is it worth the conversation?
I think it's worth the conversation because for those of us that sat through till 3 a.m. when they enacted this thing, there was some sense to it because it created, again, that sense of balance. Because I think if the landlord knows, if I didn't raise it, I can go back to raising it. And if 15% is the number that feels comfortable, at the time there was no cap with the 5 plus CPI, it keeps the balance. So I think, again, just my opinion, I think we leave that as it is. This is probably a non-issue, as you're probably hinting at down the
Yeah,
road.
because it's just going to confuse people more. Oh, do I apply state law or city law? Yeah, sophisticated people know that. But if I'm one person, I own a four unit one complex that I live. My mom and dad live in the bank. I have no idea if I'm applying city law, state law, or county law, or what.
Great question. Great point that you're making, Ms. Varpetian. Is there any way that we can put in here language that says subject to the existing state law and the limitations that currently may exist? Because if the city attorney's office is taking the position that state law does put that cap of 5 plus CPI with a max of 10, then I think we could suggest that this is only applicable if those provisions don't apply. And I agree with what he's saying, is because I think that puts it right in the landlord's face that this only comes into consideration if you fall outside of the state law requirements.
We can add that, but I do want to say that there's currently, there's a section on this, and it does say 21%. So it's if we leave it as is, it stays. I think staff was suggesting lowering it to
15%.
15% so that it matched the other 15% number that was in here that was, again, before talking about no more than a 15% rent increase if there had been banking. So that there wasn't, somebody couldn't bank 21, increase 15, and have more numbers than necessary. So we can either leave it exactly the same, adopt staff's recommendation of the 15%, but if we get rid of it altogether, then that causes another,
I don't think getting
Or you
rid
could
of it
just go
all.
to 21%.
which is leave it alone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. So then if you feel like you've had enough discussion on this, I think the specific recommendation for the change here was to have a look back to 3 years and be specific that the banked value would pass on to the subsequent landlord, and then stop right there.
Mhm.
And so we would need a motion for that.
So moved.
We need a second.
Second.
Any further discussion?
So the next topic,
We need a vote.
oh, I'm sorry, I forgot.
Commissioner Berdelay,
Yes.
Perpetian,
Yes.
Marchand,
Yes.
Sargarian.
Yes.
Sorry about that. So the next topic is the relocation fee for just cause evictions. Our current, for just cause evictions that are no fault, so tenants that are at no fault of the eviction for the remodel, landlord, family move-in, the formula is fair market rent times 2 plus $1,000. That's the current formula. These are the most recent fair market values that were just released. So let's say for a 2-bedroom, 2,544 times 2, 5,088
88.
plus 1,000 would be 6,088. For that would be the cost or the relocation fee for a tenant to move out, the tenant that's staying in a 2-bedroom. The committee discussed this. They felt that the fees were pretty low compared to other cities. We discussed the fair market rent, and they seem low compared to what rents are in Glendale. So some of the suggestions were, before we get into the suggestions, the highest for a 2-bedroom in Glendale is 6,088. That's how much a relocation is. No, not the rent. That's how much relocation
There
the
might
tenant
be
can
one,
get.
I mean.
In LA, the low is 10,797. So it varies in LA. There's multiple factors, the type of tenant you are, qualified tenant, different things. But some of the suggestions were for Formula 1, suggestion 1, 3 times the greater of tenant's current rent in effect or the fair market rent for a comparable unit plus $2,000. So our same ordinance, just the numbers are increased 3 times and the rent and $2,000 instead of $1,000. The second formula, 2 times actual rent plus the value of the security deposit with possible escalator for larger properties. We never discussed what that escalator could be. And then formula 3, 2 times fair market rent plus $2,000 times CPI. And council reviews the formula every 5 years to see that it's keeping up with the current trends. There was also a suggestion to differentiate between small mom and pops and larger properties with different formulas. And again, we didn't go into details what the formulas would be for small mom and pop versus a larger property. Staff went ahead and put together a rough estimate of how much it would cost for a tenant to move in Glendale, a tenant who lives in a 2-bedroom. So we looked at some moving costs, and they vary. I mean, it could be as low as $500 to as high as $5,000, but we came close to like an average. So $1,500 to $2,500 for a 2-bedroom unit. That includes moving costs. First month's rent for the new unit they would stay for, again, 2-bedroom. We found that average rents were around $2,500. And then a security deposit, which is double the rent, which $5,000. And then a possible last month rent, which some landlords collect. So the total without last month rent would be $9,000 to $10,000 cost of moving. Total with last month rent, $11,500 to $12,500. And then we broke down based on each formula, how much relocation fee a tenant would get. So suggestion 1 would be $9,632. Suggestion 2 would be $7,500. Suggestion 3 would be $7,321. What we need from the committee is to basically pick a formula. It can be one of these 3. It can be another one you discuss, and move forward with one formula that we can take back to council as a suggestion from the committee.
Okay.
And again, just to clarify, this second slide isn't what was presented to council. It was the first slide that had the specifics of the various options that the committee had offered. And based on the 3 suggestions that we just recapped for you, they wanted you to provide further, more specific direction to them as to what that value should be.
Well, I thought at one point we'd even said whatever state law is, which is 1 month's rent currently, correct? That's where the state law lies. My first comment that I would make, looking at this formula, is whatever we do, I think this whole fair market value is gonna create just a hornet's nest of problems. Who's gonna determine fair market value? Is it the landlord? Is it the tenant? I think it's gonna create a bickering back and forth. Obviously, the tenant's gonna find the highest value, landlord's gonna find the lowest value.
The numbers set,
Fair market value is
You're
an
talking about the HUD.
It's HUD, yeah,
Oh, okay, I'm
And it-
sorry
yeah.
then. For a second, I was,
many agencies use, and
yeah.
current
yeah,
formula.
yeah, no, if it's HUD, then that's fine. It was, for a second, I read that as fair market value. I apologize. The actual rent as we had it back then, so when we originally had those meetings, and it was the landlord's attorneys that proposed the exemption, and then we came back with the idea of relocation. At the time, I think I said this earlier, we were going, let's use the actual rent because it's something that the tenant can relate to. This idea of going in and finding out the Long Beach index is really hard for the average person, much less a person who has no housing experience to begin with. So, but at the time though, the HUD values were higher, and so everyone was, great, it's more rent, and we should, go with something that people can relate to. I like actual rent, averaged over the last 12 months. That gives a safety net if there has been rent increases and the landlord hypothetically wants to sell the property and they want to give that big rent increase to get some more money from the buyer, then they're going to have to create a higher average by raising the rent. So that look back helps. We can even shorten it to some degree if that will be potentially even more favorable as far as giving a better average out. But I think it should go off of actual rent times a multiplier and kind of stick with that.
Any other comments?
I would agree with having it whatever the current market, well, not market rent, whatever the rent is that the tenant is paying at that point. I would just suggest that we increase the second portion of it. It's the plus 2,000 to some other number, 3, 4, something like that. But 3 times whatever the tenant's rent plus that an increase on the second number would be my suggestion.
Yeah.
It's just taking into consideration if the landlord is increasing the rent past, let's just say if 10%, whatever it is, then the rents have definitely usually increased, and that second portion should increase, to compensate.
Just one comment on the actual rents. The only issue might occur with that is that oftentimes these properties that are landlords that are evicting these tenants are from properties that are substandard, so the rents are pretty low to begin with.
That's another reason.
And they're evicting them to renovate the unit so they can charge more. So that would the only problem would be that rent might be really low and the tenant does not get enough relocation to be able to, move somewhere else in Glendale.
That's another reason why that second number.
that's certainly been the history of what we've been saying in the past, is that the actual rent sometimes, because of those conditions, puts a tenant at a disadvantage.
Yeah, that's why I suggest that second number be a little bit higher than 2,000.
So I think the suggestion so far is suggestion 1 with the change in FMR. Instead of FMR, we use the current rent the tenant is paying. And then your suggestion is increase the $2,000 to $3,000.
Sure. But let's just take an example. If you like you said, if the rent is lower on the current tenant, it's 1,800. So it would be times 3 plus $3,000 or $4,000.
I think suggestion one already kind of covers that. I just realized it says the current monthly rent for the tenant in effect or the FMR, whichever's
Right.
higher. So your only suggestion would be to increase the 2,000 to a higher amount?
Correct. Except I would say just get rid of the FMR.
All right, but it's a fair balance if you leave the FMR, and if the tenant's being paid a lower amount, they go by the FMR. If they're being paid higher than FMR, then they go by the current rent. So it's a benefit to the tenant leaving the FMR in.
It's currently FMR.
It's
Right.
just FMR.
Okay.
FMR times 2.
2 plus
Plus
1,000.
1,000.
Okay.
So also, and I agree with what staff has said as well, we did have someone also reach out to the city housing regarding, and I spoke with them in particular, they have a unit on Glen Oaks that is a 2-bedroom, very low rent. And to try to get, they won't be able to get a new 2-bedroom nowhere near that price. So that, I'm in agreement with the 3 times, with the suggestion, the suggested Formula 1. That has been the issue. Increase the 2,000, the relocation. And does that still include their security deposit?
Right, this has nothing to do with the security deposit. If the unit is left in good condition,
Okay,
then they should,
okay.
in theory, get it all
So,
back.
one question. The notion of the relocation, as we originally discussed it, was to cover the cost of obviously refunding the security deposit because, barring some extreme damage, okay? I think that if you're gonna do a renovation, it's pretty much a no-brainer that the security deposit should go back. But also, it was to cover moving expenses first and the security for a prospective new location. While there is a large inconvenience factor that comes into it, at the time that our committee was originally discussing it, it's not to consider any, for lack of a better term, pain and suffering. It was really to cover costs so that they can come out of here and move into there. The concern I have with what some of the other cities are allowing is it's ridiculous. I think that even if for an inconvenience expense, I think what they're doing is, because those are rent control jurisdictions, they're factoring in the fact that this person will never see the rent that they're probably getting now. That's not the case here in Glendale. It's clearly the fact that the ability to have to be subjected to a higher rent is probably in this city something that people are able to get to, whereas in other rent control jurisdictions with very strict increases, they cannot. So state law currently says 1 month's rent. The current method that we have has the 2 times FFR plus 1,000. If we were to adjust that, I don't think that there's that much of a problem with that, but at the same time, this 3 times the greater of, if a tenant's rent is significantly higher, what happens in that scenario? Because if you have a tenant that's paying $2,500 a month, and we give them 3 times that, plus this, plus that, then all of a sudden, if the landlord does need to move in somebody, it's a family member or somebody else, I feel that it should be the lower of. Actually, it depends on the reason. Let's put it this way. It has to be a number that makes sense. And my concern is once you go to 3-4 times the rent, depending on what the circumstances, because you have renovations, you have family members, you have city compliance orders, managers, bringing in a manager. You're now going over $10,000 to move somebody. I think that that's starting to get that's starting to get a little bit out of hand. Not a little bit, a lot out of hand.
I mean, that's kind of where the whole county is headed. Unfortunately, the cost of everything has increased. Originally, maybe the idea was just to provide some sort of funding for the tenant to move out and find a new location. I think at this point in time, it kind of desensitizes, it shifts the incentives essentially.
I get it,
For,
but
for the landlord not to increase it past the 7, 8, 10%, whatever it is, and not to substantially increase it. Or if you would like to, here is the fee.
I get it, but at the same time, the state law only says one times the month, and it's better than none.
Right, and the state is substantially different than the coasts. Inland is inland, the coasts, LA, San Francisco is LA and San Francisco. It's a different world out here.
Maybe you can work backwards. Is there a number that we feel that, let's say, a 2-bedroom unit would need to move out of that 2-bedroom unit, and then come up with a formula to get to that number? If you don't like any of the suggestions up there, because I don't know if anyone has actually said that they agree with anything.
I think the dilemma that you run into is if you have someone that's clearly well below market, you don't want to penalize that individual. You want them to be able to get situated. But at the same time, if you are dealing with a person that is at or, on the higher end of the market, and one of the considerations that we had were the mom and pops, if they're getting older or, they're saying a lot of adult children are coming back home now, it's the ability to find housing has become very challenging, or as parents age or people are moving their parents to their duplex behind the house that they're living in front of, and they need to move the family out, unfortunately, that's living in one of those units. All of a sudden saying to them, you have to pay them $12,000 to be out, they're not gonna be able to come up with that type of money up front. And especially not in a duplex. I mean, maybe if there's 400
The
units.
duplex is exempt, right?
I'm
Let's
sorry.
not use that as an example.
Bad example.
Because that creates confusion. People see it and they
I'm
come back
sorry.
with some additional.
I'm sorry, I stand correct, yeah.
Okay.
The smaller unit, which are more geared towards the smaller landlord, yes. Yeah,
So, and again, just to give you an example of the types of calls that we receive, there's a new landlord that has purchased a triplex, has left one unit vacant because they intend to renovate. On the unit that has a single mom with 2 kids with fairly low rent, he's gone through, pulled all the permits and plans to do renovations in that unit. And the woman who called, and I think she came to us through GTU, said that the value of the relocation just wasn't going to be enough for her to move into a new unit because she, first of all, her kids were already established in the school system. So she was trying to stay in the area, and that she wasn't able to leave based on the value of the reload that was being offered to her. So on the one hand, the current value is what we hear fairly low because the value of the rent that then goes up after the person has moved out would be made up almost immediately, the amount of the relocation that's being used. And if the landlord at that point decided to change his mind and not do the renovations, there would be no enforcement of that. The city doesn't track those. On the other hand, the argument being that she's enjoyed low rent for an extended period of time and has had the benefit of the savings of not paying what would be the market value. And so having a higher relocation is essentially, incentivizing the leaving the status quo, and then the person shouldn't make money in the process of moving out. And at the same time, we hear that if the relocation value is too high, then the landlord has no incentive to move people out and renovate units. So it's a very difficult issue, and that's why the city council is asking you for a specific recommendation. And if you could come to an agreement, that would be great.
Would there be agreement if we had a specific number? 1 unit, 7,000, 2 units, 8,000, 3 units, 9,000, whatever.
The problem with that is a couple of years from now, when the market's higher and you're paying 2,000 for, or 5,000 for, let's say, a one-bedroom, and now the costs are way higher than that, how do you
I mean, with
account for
today's
that?
inflation, that's a possibility.
It would need a escalator, so it would,
Yeah.
something that would change
Was
with
this
that.
pre-port for us?
Yeah,
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Oh, good.
there's some,
I mean, I guess I'm trying to get back to, the goal was to increase the relocation fee. I personally, I know FMR can be confusing, but I think it is something that's widely recognized by many jurisdictions. So I mean, number one seems pretty simple to understand, and it's an improvement for the tenants from what is there now. But that's just my
I agree.
interpretation, I
I
guess.
agree.
Okay, so we kind of have agreement on number one. Do we agree on the last, the numbers, essentially 3 times, or, the second part of it, which is the 2,000? So my suggestion is that we increase to 2,000.
Oh, okay, to
I'm
3?
Okay. I'm trying to see where you stand.
I mean,
I'm okay with 1 the way it is. It is such a sticky point, this, because I agree with, I understand the owner's point of view as well as the tenant, and especially when a tenant has been there years and has established a home, like was mentioned, schooling, I understand that. And very hard. And unfortunately, I even mentioned to a tenant, they might have to downsize, to still stay within their rental amount, their income base for rent. But something is better than nothing. So if you're talking about, and this particular person I know I think their rent is about $1,900 for a 2-bedroom. So if we just did that times 3 plus the 2,000. And again, I'm assuming, or I'm very concerned with the security deposit, because as my committee member said, if they're renovating in particular, you definitely need to give them their security deposit. I think the security deposit should automatically go back. So if it's 3 times the security deposit plus the 2,000.
the security deposit has nothing to do with the relocation.
yeah, and this is also just this isn't necessarily if you're renovating, just if you're raising the rent.
Right, okay.
No,
gotcha.
no, not raising the rent, but,
Raising the rent more than 7%.
no.
This is the no fault
Removing the
one.
tenant.
Oh, sorry, okay.
I got you, right.
The next one is
Okay.
raising the rent.
No fault.
Okay, this is
Okay.
the no fault, okay.
So,
It seems like there's agreement that suggests formula number 1, 3 times a greater of tenant's current rent or FMR plus 2,000 and/or a 3,000 number.
3,000.
Seems to be something everyone, I thought I heard
Yeah.
agreement to.
in Formula 2, you still have value of security deposit, so maybe I'm wording it
Yeah,
incorrectly.
that was just an option we discussed. The value of the security deposit was however much security deposit the landlord has, you add that to this formula. But they get their security deposit back separately for
Oh, yeah,
suggestion too.
yeah.
It was just whatever the value is, the landlord has to pay an addition.
I will say that as a landlord, the market conditions for security deposit these days, we're not able to collect 2 months' rent as a deposit. No one's paying that. In fact, most of the time, we're offering literally, sometimes the rent, but a lot of times $1,000. because the other market has lower deposits right now.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
I got a question. I've had this scenario come up many times. If the tenant receives the notice, one of the first questions is, well, what if I left next week? Can I get all my money up front? Okay. Well, obviously, the tenant that's able to leave in a week, it's a good thing, hopefully, for both sides. But at that point in time, the tenant may have had intentions or whatever the reason. If the landlord is gonna pay that tenant to leave, and they were to make an offer of a lump sum up front, is there a means, of either doing one of two things? If you leave sooner, it's a number. Likewise, sometimes you go to a tenant and say, look, I'll give you 2 times your rent or 3 times, whatever it is. And an extra 1,000 or 2, whatever the number is. And they say, you know what, 60 days just isn't enough. I need more time. So if you're dealing with a landlord that says to the tenant, look, I'll give you more time, but what can I get back in return? And if they say, look, as long as I have time, I don't need as much because the time is the premium. Whereas the tenant that leaves earlier, it's a benefit to, again, the tenant, but also the landlord who's doing renovations. This person is now taken off unless they're waiting for permits or something like that. Is there some way to kind of look at this from both angles so that for the tenant that does need extra time, it also could be a disabled individual, could be a person with other unique circumstances, that if the landlord says, you know what, instead of 60 days, I'm going to give you 4 months, take your time.
Yeah.
And the tenant comes back and says, wonderful, thank you, but with that time, I'm willing to take less. Is that something that we would consider at all?
I think back to some of the previous meetings we've had where I think even you mentioned, if they want to negotiate something outside of the scope of the agreement and the code, they can do that. I don't know why you would want to complicate the code by adding a scenario like that out there.
I'll tell you why. Because in the city of Los Angeles, when you can qualify as, you get over $20,000 as a qualified tenant, and the provisions are written like that, it's very hard for there to be an equal bargaining power at that point. The landlord's mentality is, you need to be out, I'll pay you the money, it's a cost, move on. But that number is so big that I don't think you even get to that discussion. Because most of the landlords that I represent in that scenario are usually, unless it's a major developer, are disgusted. It's too much to have to pay, especially when you are dealing with the mom and pops. So, but again, in this scenario with Glendale, what I'm trying to, again, just to explore as a possibility is the tenants that I have dealt with will usually come and say, look, thanks for the relo, and it's important, I want it, but I need the time. I need to find the place. Maybe I stay in Glendale, maybe I move out of the city, but I want to be able to weigh my options. Sometimes they're a couple months out where the school year has to end, and there's situations where they want the children to be able to complete their school year. And so then you're trying to get into the fine art of how do you do this. I think if we set too high a number without the option to give that leniency, then I think, the tenant that calls the landlord and says, I'd like another month, it's gonna be, get out, you're getting 10,000, I don't wanna talk to you. That's what you're gonna get. So I'm trying to discourage that by potentially saying, look, if you leave sooner, then that's a benefit. Hopefully the tenant should be able to benefit from that. Give the higher formula in that scenario, and if the tenant wants a longer term or the landlord's willing to give them a longer period of time, then give the landlord some flexibility on paying a lower relocation amount, because the tenant has the time to shop and find things and, and hopefully put themselves in a better situation than if they're rushed out the door within 60 days.
Yeah. To me, it doesn't scream simplifying. I think it complicates it, and I think that a landlord-tenant can come to some type of alternative agreement on their own and just move it forward. But this is to protect the people that don't have that relationship with the landlord where they can sit and negotiate. I mean, we've heard a couple of commenters tonight come in, and it didn't sound like they had that relationship with their landlord.
Yeah, but that's the
So
thing
this would be intended to protect them.
right, but if you're making people pay $10,000, I can tell you that a landlord's not gonna budge off the 60 days. No way. Why would they? It's get out, I don't want to talk to you. The other thing that also happens, and I've seen this, is landlords that are renovating the property and the tenant wants to remain at the property and wants to do a lateral move into the newer remodeled units, okay? What would be the landlord's incentive at that point in time to pay that person to move into another unit when it's right down the hall? It doesn't happen. So my thing is if the code requires a landlord pay a certain amount, is there some language that says, by the way, you're free to negotiate a lower amount? Because you don't want the tenant coming back saying to the landlord, you didn't pay me what I was entitled to.
Well, so long as they offer consideration, right? So the consideration being the extended period of time, and they could reduce that to writing because that would be one of the requirements. So if they agree to some other formula, as long as the landlord offers what is required in the law and the two of them agree to some other formula and both are made whole as a result of it, then why would that not be allowed?
You would think, but I've represented tenants in cases in other cities where they reached a deal and they said, I didn't know I could get that, and then that
Well,
landlord.
the requirement to offer the relocation value is in writing. So they would offer it in writing, and then they could come to a different arrangement so long as both parties are made whole. One party receives a lower value for the benefit of staying in longer, or receives a higher value for the landlord's benefit of being able to get the unit faster. But the original value, the code requires be in writing and in the notice to vacate.
So I think there was some sort of consensus for number one. Would everyone agree if we take that suggestion back to council, but allow them to figure out the 3 times and the 2,000, 1,000, let them pick what amount they want instead of discussing it here? As long as we come up with a formula, let them figure out the details of that exact formula. If they want 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, because we can go all night.
Well, the direction from council was to come back with specific direction, so we would really need motion on this one. And is there anyone who'd like to make a motion on which value we can pick up?
I mean, I'll go, suggestion 1, 3 times the greater of tenant's current monthly rent in effect, or the FMR for a comparable unit plus 3,000.
We have a motion, do we have a second?
Hold on. It's current monthly rent in effect or the FMR. I think you have to choose one of the two.
Right.
No, it's the
The
greater.
greater of.
Okay, so that's the motion, and now we need a second. So the only difference from suggestion formula 1 is the 2,000 plus
3.
2,000 becomes 3.
And there's also an option to counter motion, right?
But at the moment, we're looking for a second.
Yeah.
If there's no second.
Do we have a second on that motion?
I second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
So now we would have discussion on this motion, and then we would ask for a vote if there is more discussion on this motion.
As the landlord representative, I'd like to suggest that it's left as is on this presentation with the 2,000.
Any further discussion?
So in that scenario, it continues to be, in CPON's 3 examples, the highest paying one, even at 2,000.
Any further discussion on that? So,
May I say something? I think in the long run, the 2,000 versus 3,000, again, it's important right now, but the question is how does this work down the road? What I would propose is we do the 3 times the greater of the tenant's monthly rent in effect, or 2 times the FMR plus 1,000, as we have it currently.
That's completely different than any of these.
No, because it's 2 times the FMR plus the 1,000. You're keeping the current formula that's been there, and you're also factoring in the actual rent, which is what we were originally concerned with. The 2 times the FMR plus 1,000, by the way, does better than your 3,000.
My 3,000 is, the only reason I say 3,000 is because it's one, more concrete. Two, usually tenants that are essentially kicked out of their units have the lower of the current rent.
CPON, what is the current FMR on a 2-bedroom?
Current FMR for a 2-bedroom is 2,544.
That's 2024. 2023 is 2222.
Yeah. The 24 one takes effect next month.
So remember, we know of someone whose 2-bedroom is currently, I believe, 1,900. And this was their biggest concern of holding out, because with the fees as they are now, they still can't get.
But you're gonna get 3 times.
But you get the
But you see, here's the thing is, see, the one thing about the FMR that when we, again, originally discussed this, is the fact that the 2,000 is a static number. The FMR moves. The 1,000 was kind of like, okay, and here's something else on top of it. The 3 times the actual rent moves. So the idea, again, is to keep something that's not static, that it's fluid, it keeps moving. That's why currently, I think with my calculation, if you did 2 times FMR plus 1,000, it's like 6,088. And again, you said the other number was how much again, CPON? It was 20, how much?
For what number?
For a 2-bedroom?
2,444. Sorry, what was the formula? 2 times FMR plus a
No, what's the single FMR for a 2-bedroom? It's how much?
2,444.
How much?
2,400, 544. 2,544.
Okay, so 2,544 plus 3,000, which is what you're proposing, you're at 5,544. I'm offering the person an extra $500, but I'm tying it, so number one, they're getting more. Number two, I'm tying it to something that moves up and down based on circumstances. Your 2,000 today, or the 3,000 that you're proposing, sounds great, because, hey, I'm giving an extra 2 or 3, but remember, that 2,000 or 3,000 10 years from now is still going to be $2,000 or $3,000, whatever they end up agreeing to.
It's the
But
greater
FMR and down the road is going to be 4,000.
Suggestion 1 is the greater of FMR
Right.
or the current rent
Correct.
plus 3,000 is my suggestion.
Correct. I'm saying do 2 times FMR plus 1,000. Let the FMR dictate the rate.
It's still dictating.
That's what it is now.
Yeah.
So the suggestion 1 is 3 times the greater of rent or FMR plus 2,000. He's suggesting plus 3,000.
I'm saying 2 times FMR.
Yeah, that's our current formula, 2 times FMR.
Over here, it just says FMR plus 3,000. So this is just,
The greater of.
It's 3 times the greater of the current value. So 3 times the current value or 3 times the FMR.
3 times the FMR.
Yes.
Yeah.
Whichever's higher,
Oh, no way.
whichever's higher, plus $3,000.
No. Plus 3, so 3 times FMR plus 3,000?
That's closer to what LA County is.
Which gets to about $10,000.
Oh, my God.
So back to my suggestion, would it be okay to go with suggestion 1 and let council decide whether it's 2 times and whether it's 3,000, 1,000, 4,000, 10,000 as the last numbers? So we keep the formula, whatever council wants, times greater the tenant's current.
We have a
We have a
motion.
motion and a second.
Right.
We have a
but
second.
it
And
doesn't
now
seem like anyone wants to
procedurally,
me.
we're having that discussion. There's potentially an amendment to that motion. If you want to ask the maker of the motion if he'd consider instead of the 3, the 2,000 as you're proposing.
Would the maker of the motion consider amending to the 2,000?
3 times FMR plus 2,000?
Do you want to amend?
No, I'm just, is that what you're requesting, is 3 times FMR plus 2,000?
It's the greater of either 3 times monthly
Monthly
rent
rent.
or 3 times FMR plus she's proposing $2,000.
So Formula
I mean, I don't
one-
wanna change it
Formula
from-
one as proposed on the slide.
Option 1 is 3 times actual rent or 3 times FMR plus 2,000 is what you're saying, correct?
Yeah, and I mean, this is not what I would like to have happen at all, but in the interest of what we're trying to do on the committee and compromising, that's what,
My proposal would be 3 times actual rent, the greater of either 3 times the actual rent. And what I would do is I would shorten the period. Instead of a 12-month look back for the seller that's trying to get cute and wants to raise the rents to get a higher value, I would look back 3 months. So the actual rent average, I would look back 90 days. And that way, you're paying what the tenants have been raised to. Because if you add in hypothetically another 9 months, it would water it down a bit.
So you're proposing an entirely different
Yeah,
process?
whatever the
There
rent is at
There
the-
is a motion, now there is an ask to amend the motion from 3,000 to 2,000 on that last value, and if you agree to that amendment, then we would go to ask if the person who made the second would also agree to that, and then we would take a vote. And if that motion fails, then we would entertain any other motion that you may have. Or it would pass.
Can we just plug in real numbers so we can, again, have clarity? Let's just plug in real numbers. And if we can use the lowest amount rent that I had mentioned, because I know of someone like that. So someone has a rent of 1,900. Can we plug the numbers and see what comes out better?
What are we talking about?
Don't make that mistake. That's
jet
what they did
formula,
last
sounds
time.
like formula number 1.
Take a formula that moves.
No, I don't.
For
I wanna
1,900
see-
for what?
Pardon me?
Bedroom? How many bedroom?
No, she's saying
So-
1900.
Yeah, so this scenario, this person has a 2-bedroom for 1,900 current.
So what would happen if,
We use the jet
this,
Formula 1 for them.
instead of factoring 3 times 1,900, you would factor 3 times, if it were to happen today, 2222, right?
Okay.
And so that would be around
8,666.
6,600 plus either 3,000 or 2,000, so 6,600, so about 9,600
Okay,
or 8,600.
okay,
That would be the value of the relocation.
okay.
Siobhan, could you put the FMR screen up real quick?
And without the FMR, if we just did,
If, without the FMR, it would be 1,900 times 3,
mm-hmm,
which would be around 5,700 plus either 2,000 or 3,000. So 5,700 plus
okay.
7,700
Mm-hmm.
or 8,700.
So David, I guess the question is whether or not you'd entertain the motion to change your,
I mean, if you could
Motion
get
from 3 to 2.
unanimous, if you could move forward unanimously on, you know, and it's the $1,000, I would do it, yeah.
So then there would be a friendly amendment to your motion. Now we would go to you and say, would you agree to, rather than the increase that committee member Zagarian had suggested from 3,000 to 2,000, would you be amenable to that?
Yes.
Okay, so the motion has now been amended to formula number 1 exactly.
right?
And if there's no further discussion on that, we would vote on it.
So let me get this straight. For a person in a 1-bedroom apartment today, if we go with formula number 1 and assuming a monthly rent of, let's say, $1,950 for a 1-bedroom apartment in Glendale, the person would either get $1,950 times 3 is $5,850, or if we use the FMR, it's $1,747 times 3 plus 3,000. They'd get,
Plus 2,000.
We're gonna keep.
well, isn't the, or you want to keep the 2,000?
There was an amendment
Oh,
made.
so he's making it to keep it. So then it's still $7,241 plus a security deposit for a
Now, the
person,
There's no security deposit.
The return of the security deposit.
return of
I think.
security deposit.
Which is their money.
Their money anyways, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm also, again, I'm assuming a scenario where, remember, there's,
Any
there's,
cleaning expenses, damages, anything like that.
right, but on a renovation situation, you're not gonna deduct for damages unless it was, again, unless it was like to a stove or something. I don't think you could damage, if there's a hole in the wall and you're about to rip the wall out, I don't think that that's something you charge for. But I'm also looking at the person that's trying to bring in a manager, or they're trying to bring in a family member. That person, in scenario one, 3 times the rent pays $58.50. In scenario two, they pay over $7,000 to relocate a person in a 1-bedroom apartment. Is that,
That's where the shifting of the incentives come. That's the whole purpose of this thing, I think.
I think you're gonna have a lot more people coming in here saying
I would love that.
that the landlord didn't give me the full picture. I think you gotta put a number out there that A, is reasonable, and B, people can afford to pay and wanna pay to have people move out.
To be fair, these 3 suggestions were actual suggestions that came from this committee
I understand, but
when the full committee vetted the issue, and this was one of the proposals that came from it. So I don't know who made the proposal, but there was general consensus by the committee that it should be increased.
I think that is correct, but at the same time, it's, if you do 3 times the actual rent or the FMR plus 1,000, the greater of, and again, depending on where that, most of the time in those renovation conditions, okay, or where I see the problem mostly is not so much just owners picking it up, it's the buyer that comes into the picture and then buys a building with low rents and then wants to renovate.
Right.
Most existing landlords are not gonna just tear things apart for no reason. So it's the new buyers that will do that. That's why what you see with the new buyers is the seller that sold that person the property will usually raise the rents as much as possible so that the buyer pays a premium because the cap rates and everything look much more favorable for the seller to raise the list price. At that point in time, the buyer comes in. Now, if you look back 12 months, chances are the rents were recently jacked up, put on the market so they could get a quick sale. That's why what I'm proposing is if you go with actual rents with a landlord that has been aggressively moving rents, chances are you're gonna get a higher number. It's 3 times the actual rent, which I think is more. First of all, it is more than what the state law provides. We don't have to compete with the county. I don't think that the city of Glendale, that you're dealing with county types of standards. The county has its own calculation, it does its own income analysis. And again, you're dealing with a different scenario in county because rent control has put people at such a lower rent station that for people that come out, they are usually dealing with a drastically different scenario. And that creates a serious economical shift. In the city of Glendale, you're probably gonna deal with some sort of a rent increase, but the person that goes from $1,950 to $2,300 is not like the person that goes from $1,100 to like $2,800, $2,900. So I think those are one of the considerations that the city of LA has, along with its geographics and its history and whatever else may dictate that environment, that affords them to put a higher number in front of people. I think that doing that here in the city of Glendale is just gonna send the wrong tone that if we wanna move you out, we just have to pay you all this money. I think that's the wrong message. That's just my opinion.
It's not that my suggestion is trying to compete with the county of Los Angeles or the state or any of.
But you are.
No, it's that I'm trying to give people on the lower strata of this city an opportunity to be able to at least find another livable place. If we're taking the current numbers as it is, 2,500, you go to, landlord kicks it up and you have to find another 1 or 2 bedroom. 2,500, 2 bedroom, they want first and last, that's $5K. So the 7,000 isn't that, the extra $2,000 isn't that much money to move, to take time off to pack to move, to get supplies to pack to move. That's why my suggestion was 3,000, but apparently not even 2,000 is enough for you. It just.
Could I suggest that we take a vote just so we could see where we land on this, because we are at 9 o'clock and there's past 9 o'clock and there's other items to discuss. Are we ready to take a vote on this?
The motion and second was on
First
suggestion
one.
number 1 as originally proposed right now in the PowerPoint, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Berdelay?
Yes.
Commissioner Harapetian?
No.
Marchand?
Yes.
Sargarian?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There was a second part to this. The committee discussed separating small mom and pop owners and larger properties. The separation was around 5 units or more would have a different formula. Lower properties would have another formula. Is there any desire to do that?
Not for me. I mean, considering the public comments that we've received, some of the, honestly, some of the worst offenders on the landlord side seem to be the mom and pops. So I think that we need to work on educating them as to the rules instead of differentiating.
I agree with that.
I'm fine with leaving it as is for mom and pops or large.
Right, do we need a motion, Lucy?
If there's no change?
No change.
Mr. Hieropetian, do you have a comment on this one?
I'm fine leaving it the way it is.
Okay, I don't think we need a motion. We can move on.
So the next part, the committee suggested changes to the relocation fee structure, the way that low-income individuals and higher-income individuals have a different formula for their relocation if the increase is above 7%. So this is a different relocation. This is not just cause eviction. This is if the increase is above 7%. Landlord is required to offer tenant relocation assistance if they don't have any banked amounts. The formula currently is separated based on the number of units and the tenant's income. So the suggestion was to remove the income requirement. And let me go over the formulas so we have a understanding of everything. So for 3 to 4 units, the formula is simple: 3 times current rent. So landlord would have to pay the tenant 3 times the current rent if the tenant chooses to move after an increase over 7%. For properties that are 5 or more units, this is where the income comes into play. If the income is above 127,000, the formula is a simple 3 times proposed rent. So whatever the increase that the landlord is proposing, they would have to pay the tenant 3 times that to move out if there's an increase over 7%. And then finally, if the income is below 130% of AMI, which is $127,000 currently, the formula it's structured so that it takes into consideration how long the tenant's been living there, for a minimum of 3 to a maximum of 6 years. So that would be, let's say, for a tenant who's been living there for 5 years, the formula would be 5 times proposed rent to move out if they accept relocation. The suggestion would be to basically get rid of the AMI requirement and have one formula for anything above 5 units, whatever formula that you all agree to. Again, right now, it's either 3 times proposed rent or 3 to 6 times proposed rent. Is there any thoughts on this?
I've a thought on this is if this is a more of a voluntary relocation versus what we just talked about was more of a forced relocation, I feel like this calculation should be lower than the prior that we discussed. Because it's not forcing the tenant to leave, it's just a larger increase that's causing this.
That can be interpreted as force.
What?
I mean, you can interpret that as force if you increase it past the 7%.
Yeah, but I guess the difference nowadays is with the state cap too,
Right,
right?
right.
Sipan, is there a second page to this PowerPoint?
No, that's unrelated. That one's actually going to be removed. We'll go over it, but not relevant to this.
How was the AMI determined, by the way?
It's a number released by HUD, so 130% of that number, and we end up with 127,000 annual income.
And it's county or what's the?
Oh, yeah, it's based on,
Right,
same as the
Same
fair
as the
market.
FMR?
Okay.
So in
How is
addition
it
to rent-
established by the tenant? Do they have to provide tax returns?
Don't remember exactly what it says in the ordinance, but the few times that we've come across it, we've asked them to provide either bank statements or taxes to prove their income. So that's mainly one of the reasons that the committee wanted to remove that, because it's hard to prove. So that's why that requirement, we discussed removing that requirement.
Yeah, I think that's the main thing, because what line of the tax return are you gonna be reading? You're taking into consideration child credits and this and that and everything else that comes into play. I think that's,
Yeah.
it goes against the whole idea of keeping things simple.
I think at the staff level it was problematic.
I don't think there was any disagreement with removing the requirement. It's just what formula do you go with for the 5+ units if you remove the income requirement? Do you go with a tiered formula? Do you have one simple formula, like 3 times proposed rent for everyone, regardless of how long they've been living in the property? There was some concern with long-term tenants who've been there for 10, 20 years. Should they be getting more? Should they be getting more because they put in so much time, because they call it their home? But it's up to you to discuss. Any suggestions?
Well, maybe one way to ask is, do you still, do you think there should be a difference in calculation, whether it's 4 units or less? I mean, based upon what I just heard in the
I
previous.
don't. I think it should be the same.
For rent increases, I don't think so. For rent increases, I don't think so. No, not for these types of relocations.
All right, so is there agreement then that we don't need a tiered system between the number of units, and now we're looking at a formula, a flat
For rent
formula?
increase relocations,
Right,
right. Yeah.
All right, so
Deal?
Yes.
do we need to make a motion for that before we discuss the rest of it?
No, it was just a discussion point to get to a proposal.
So that would be saying that for everything, it would be 3 times the current rent.
Well, no,
It'll
you
be
have to,
something.
it'll be something. That's the formula you
Oh.
discussed.
There'd be no difference between a 4-unit project or a
Right.
5-unit project.
So right now, the 4
Right
units.
now, it's, for the smaller units, it's 3 times.
Current rent,
Okay.
as opposed to the proposed rent. And I'd like to mention that the proposed rent, the only reason we picked proposed is because it plays as a disincentive for landlords to increase it too much. So if they have to think about it, if they're increasing it over 25%, that they have to pay, that proposed rent to this tenant times 3 or times
Yeah,
4.
but they'll never be able to that much, I mean.
Right, that's why
Yeah.
they would reconsider
Yeah.
that, okay, maybe I increase it 10%, and if,
Really, because of the.
well, yeah, I'm talking that the state law doesn't exist right now.
Let's talk about it as it exists.
Well, then it really won't play much of a role.
Can I ask another maybe clarifier then? Do you think there's a need for an income scale? Or should it just be a flat rate formula?
I think flat rate, just to simplify it.
Okay,
It's going to be confusing, and I would agree to also eliminate small mom and pops from the big units. So just one formula that'll apply to both,
Okay.
without any income requirements. Now, just a matter of what
what is that formula? Yeah.
what that formula is. I mean, we could go back to the last thing that we did and suggest something of that sort, either or the proposed current rent or FMR.
But completely remove the rent out of the picture.
No, I'm saying, my suggestion is that we could use the previous formula that we have, that we agreed to already.
I agree.
Just to unify it.
This is to do what? To add the FMR back into this too?
And the 2,000?
I
I mean,
think,
we could remove the 2,000, but that's just the talking point. I mean,
Mhm.
it's a negotiation point, I guess.
I think, again, these sections were originally enacted by the city council after extensive discussion. We are basically shooting from the hips as we're sitting here. And I think we're throwing numbers out that have a feel-good element to it. I think that the city council
Mr. Harapian, if a year of discussion isn't extensive discussion, I don't know what is.
Look, I'm just telling you that the city council wants suggestions. I think handing over 7,000 to 10,000 to relocate a tenant that's gotten a rent increase letter is ridiculous.
Recall that this doesn't apply.
No, but I'm just saying,
Until past the 2030 mark.
If the person raises the rent over 7% and the tenant says, I want to move, your thing is if we use the FMR, depending on the types of things, the current properties, I still think that the number that we're allowing for consideration for relocation is high. That's it. I don't have a substantive disagreement with you of changing formulas. I just have an amount of disagreement with you.
So what would you suggest?
I think some of this language that was passed was the result of extensive discussions amongst the city council. And I personally found at the time that this was something that seemed to kind of work. So I don't want to just sit here and say, I got to put my paintbrush on this and add something to it. It was there. It's fine. I don't think the city council has anything wrong with hearing from us saying, leave it the way you had it, or why don't you talk amongst yourselves? And that's where I think that the suggestion to them should be, here's our range of what the committee has discussed. And, you know, it's upon them. They're the legislatures. We're not. You guys want to raise these numbers, or do you guys want to keep it down? There's arguments for by Mr. Zargarian. There's arguments against by Mr. Harapetian. I think that that's something that they should make the final decision because they're the elected officials. And I think for us to sit here and shoot from the hip, I think we do this, I think we do that. I don't think that we're taking into consideration enough data to be able to really look this out. And again, my concern has been, because it's these static numbers that we back then said, let's not do this. It's going to come back and bite you, because I will tell you, if FMR is lagging in the future and these rents go up to $4,000 in Glendale, which eventually that will, because back then the rents were at $600 or $700, you're going to be sitting there and everyone's going to scream bloody murder. $3,000 is, or $2,000, and FMR is just not fair. So I'm trying to figure out a mechanism that stays in tune with what will happen 5, 10, 20 years from now. So I think if the city council went ahead and passed it this way, then let them figure out the problem, because obviously we tried this last time and we still have people that come into they pack the city council hearings here in this chamber and they're upset. And the reason they're upset is because things are not keeping up with the times. And in all fairness to everybody here, obviously the state has taken its own action to change things significantly with the landscape. So how much does the city of Glendale want to kind of rub noses into the state? I don't know. That's the legislator's job. That's not our job. I'm here just to give ideas.
Well, yeah, that's what they've all asked us to give a suggestion. So we could also throw it back as we did the other and say, could staff suggest? But to also keep in mind, I think, let's see what, something on here we were discussing.
But I think it's important that the city council understand, and I'm sure they do, that they need to debate this, because we are not the final authority here.
Correct.
And we clearly will hear people from the tenant side and the landlord side giving us the horror stories. And I think at the end of the day, we have to find something that just endures over time. That's it. Otherwise, we're going to be back here 5 years from now, and we're going to be arguing whether or not 2,000 was enough, and we shouldn't have given more, and yada, yada. So.
But isn't the council, also city council, going to look at this and take a look at this within 3 years? Didn't I see somewhere this is something that they could review? Maybe it was on another.
It was a suggestion.
You know, and I think that's.
That was a suggestion that I made during this, because that was a concern we had back then, which is,
yeah,
don't leave this static.
Yeah, this definitely has to be reviewed, I think, every so many years.
So just to recap again, you did have extensive discussions on this topic when it first came up. We didn't just gloss over it. There was extensive discussion over it. And there was an agreement at the time that to remove the AMI condition currently in the code,
Right,
and the scale should be modified to something else.
right.
We presented that to council, and council, by and large, agreed that you should, but that there should be a change, but that they would like something more specific from you. Meaning that each one of you had some kind of an idea, and now they'd like for you to make it a more specific recommendation, to come to an agreement as to what that, how to simplify, remove the AMI condition, and then come up with a scale that is something else.
Right. But
And so you've agreed, you've discussed it extensively, you've been selected because of your experiences. So, you know, you can't discount the fact that you were selected for a reason and you were representative of the values that the council wanted to have on this committee. So at this point, the council is asking you for something more specific so that they may consider that. Whether they agree or not is up to them, but at this point, we're looking for a consensus from this group as to what that decision is based on what you had discussed before, the collective concurrence you had come to, which was again, if you had offered, like you had in the prior example, you know, the different formulas, we would have captured that here. You didn't offer specific formulas. Instead, what you said was that we should remove the AMI condition and then change the scale to something else. So if you're still of that mindset, the question would be what? What should that scale be? And there's a couple of different suggestions that are floating around now. One suggestion is to make it like what we just did. The response to that is, you know, there's a difference between a tenant being moved out of through no fault of their own and being offered a higher amount versus a landlord instituting just a routine rent increase, which is slightly higher than 7%, but probably because of the suppression of not increasing it and the banking value that the landlord had in play. Given that sort of scenario, what would you think would be the scale, right? What should, and I would invite you to offer some very specific suggestions so that we could galvanize around that instead of a theory of what it ought to be.
My suggestion would be, given the fact that AB 1482 did not exist at the time, and the difference that we exist now between Glendale's 7% and the state law cap, I would propose that this section be completely removed entirely. It's unnecessary at this point, because this was put in to hedge against the landlord who says, okay, I'm gonna raise you from 7 to 20%, and I'm willing to, and I'll pay the relocation fee. So at the time, that was the protection that was put in. At this point, since the landlord can only raise to what the state provides, we don't need any of this.
So when the committee discussed this, it had in mind the existence of state law. So it wasn't that, you know, when the code was adopted, you're correct, it was 2019, the state law wasn't in effect. But when this committee discussed it in January or February of this year, you were well aware that there was a state law in place, and collectively you agreed that you should keep this section, but that you should tinker with the scale so that it was more reflective. Now, we can go back to that initial discussion.
If we kept this section.
So again, that was not something that was offered before. The recommendation was that we remove the AMI condition and adjust the scale. Now council wants you to come back with a specific example based on that original recommendation that the committee provided to council.
I understand that, but I think that during this discussion, we can also look at what we're dealing with here. I don't think that removing this section entirely, given the state law protections that are there and the limitations that are there, that's not unreasonable under the circumstances. So if a person goes to 7.1%, we're gonna give them 3 times FMR plus 3,000. I don't think that that's necessary. The
Why
state,
would the landlord at that point go to 7.1 instead of 7?
I'm just saying, it's their property.
Yes,
They
but
can do
you're-
whatever they
You're
want.
speaking in theory, and it would be better if we spoke in,
I am, but that's the whole point, is the landlord can do whatever they want. It's their property. But what I'm
Correct.
trying to say is what we originally tried to do, and what the whole reason that this was enacted was because landlords were abusing the right of a rent increase to the tenant's detriment. At that time, there was no state cap in place to protect the tenant. Currently, the state has taken upon itself to put that type of a limitation. So if the state has that limitation and they feel that 10%, up to 10% is reasonable, then the city of Glendale at this point in time can also say up to 10% is reasonable.
Yeah, but wouldn't the same logic apply to banking?
To what?
That same logic, wouldn't it apply to banking?
The banking?
Yeah,
To take it out?
yeah. This,
That's why I'm saying is, but
this section only balances out the banking section, right?
But that's what I'm saying is I think the whole banking section is comical. At this point in time, the banking section is
Right,
comical,
but you're
given the
s-
fact that you have state law in place. If you
Correct,
didn't
and I
have state
agree
law-
with you, and I agree with you,
Okay.
sure, but if you're suggesting that this section should be completely removed, same thing with banking, because banking doesn't apply whatsoever either.
I agree. I agree.
and you.
But I mean,
and
we're
you-
not-
the-
we're not there
the-
At this point, I agree with you because there's state law. See, look, the way my brain works on this type of stuff is this. This is a city here. The state is a lot larger than the city, and the state has to enact laws. The state says red light, stop, green light, go. We cannot sit there and start to say, well, in the city of Glendale, people kind of drive differently. No. There are certain things, if we start to tinker with all that stuff, there will be no end to this. And this is kind of where we're seeing things where the problems are, is constantly there's this movement. There's certain things that are obvious that, you know what, if the state law wants to make it more restrictive, then by all means, the state can do that. But the city at this point, this is in the hands of the legislatures, not us. And if there's state law currently in place that says up to 10%, we should, or whatever the 5% plus CPI, we shouldn't touch it, that's acceptable, then who are we to say in the city of Glendale it's not acceptable? I don't have data right now that says between 7 and 8.8%, it's going to put a person and make them homeless. If that if I had a report that says 1.8% will make that person homeless and there is a reason, a rational basis for the city to act, then I'm all for it. But I don't have anything that says 1.8% is going to create that issue. So I'm not just going to sit here and start sticking my fingers in somebody else's business and say, well, for 1.8%, you got to give this person $10,000 to move. I think that that's illogical. I think that that's opening a Pandora's box when we don't need to have that. That's already there. Leave it alone.
If you have
If
to
you're
give,
relocating, I'm sorry.
no, go ahead.
If you're relocating because you're forcing a situation that the person is now being uprooted, that, and by the way, I was the one at the time who suggested and offered relocation. Relocation wasn't even there. The tenants' lawyers were missing most of the meetings. They weren't even showing up, and it was the landlord attorneys that were making proposals to try to keep the balance at that point in time. So from my standpoint, having sat in the early 2000s and being through a lot of these types of meetings, and also as a tenant lawyer who represents these people, I'm trying to foresee and just use whatever I've learned over the years to try to smooth this out down the road. And one thing that keeps changing is state law now has cause. Okay, let's go with cause. So why do we need a just cause ordinance in the city of Glendale? We theoretically don't. You can scrap that entire section because state law is already going to tell you what you can do, unless, of course, state law allows more restrictive provisions, okay? If the legislatures think we need to be more restrictive, then that's fine. And like I said, I go back to the same question. If 1.8% currently, or up to 10%, is something that there is data that supports that will create a housing crisis in the city of Glendale, then by all means, 911, let's get this problem solved.
I think
But-
in this city and in this county, more people are living paycheck to paycheck than ever before. And I think that 1.8% or 10% would make a huge difference, maybe not in your pocket, but in a lot of families' pockets.
What does that mean?
It means
My pocket. My pocket is my pocket. Your pocket's your pocket.
Right.
Hold on a second. I sit there and I drink Kirkland coffee every day. I don't go to Starbucks.
Right,
Okay?
and I'm
I
saying-
guarantee you, and I drive by Starbucks and I see people pulling into Starbucks that if I wanted to sit there and say, oh, you shouldn't be driving a Starbucks, I can. That's what they choose to do, and I choose to drink Costco coffee, and I'm perfectly fine with it. I think 7-Eleven is the best coffee out there, to be honest with you.
Agreed.
So from my standpoint, I don't look at it like that. I'm trying to use data. I don't want to create things that don't need to be touched. If they need to be touched, we've been sitting here, and it's now almost 9:30, plus a year. You know, we get $50 a meeting to sit here. I think you and I and everybody else sitting here is probably worth more than that. But we do it because we're trying to do something to help the community, to keep people from having confrontations, to allow them to move forward. And all I'm trying to say is these are the types of things that, with us touching this originally, again, ask yourself again, what was the reason this was put in? It was to prevent landlords from raising rents to 20, 25, 30% suddenly and making people get uprooted. So they said, you got to create this relocation benefit. And by the way, I met with the council members at the time and I told them that this AMI and all this stuff was ridiculous. And now everyone's saying it's not enough, people are still getting screwed and all this other stuff. Well, at the time, what this did was it prevented people from knocking on their doors, and it sounded good. So why are we still sitting here if this was supposed to work from 4 years ago? Some people actually took off and they're in another country right now serving a different set of populace. So I'm just sitting here saying, if this is a problem, then let's address it. If it's not a problem, then let's not. Why do we need to touch it? If it doesn't need to be in the code, remove it. Let's keep it simple for everybody. So again, I ask the question, if this 1.8% or 3% is that much of a difference, do we need to address this? Or can we propose, and so all it is just a suggestion to the city council that they eliminate this given the state law that's in place? So, I mean, we can just keep going round and round, or we could sit there and say 3 times
I would
propose.
invite you to make a motion, but I'm not hearing from your colleagues, and I don't know that you're going to get a second on that. So, but if you'd like to make a motion, or if anybody else would like to make a motion to move the discussion along, we could entertain that now.
I would just like to see you speak in layman's term to the person who is watching this. We have to remember there could be people watching this and they are still so confused with the conversation that we're having right now. So sometimes we have to still say, okay, we have to remember there's an audience. So how this is, and I'm listening to you, how this is, what are you saying? So to someone listening and trying to figure out everything that's happening for this particular item, what are you suggesting?
Okay. So previously, there was no cap on rent increases, okay? So people could raise the rents whatever they wanted with either a 30 or a 60-day notice. The city of Glendale at some point said, we feel 7% is a number that we're comfortable with. Anything above and beyond that, we feel that potentially the landlord may be trying to raise the rent and create an unfair hardship. At that time, there was no limit, there was no cap by the state of California. Since that, because of that unprotected finish line, the city said, let's propose a number that the tenant can elect to accept, where they would say, we don't accept your rent increase, it's too much, and we want to move. So we will exercise our right to move, and according to this formula, this is what I'm entitled to. After that, the state of California went ahead and enacted a provision that says you can only raise rents so much. And that's 5% plus a factor that's called CPI, which is the Consumer Price Index. Once you add those two, whatever that number is, the landlord can raise that across the state unless the city wants to have more restrictive measures. That difference is between, for the city of Glendale now, which has a 7% factor before the relocation kicked in, is now up to a maximum of 10%. So it's 3%. So on $1,000 rent, the maximum difference, the difference that could be raised, that could be affected here is $30 a month, okay? If we went with the state, you could raise up to an extra $30 and it would be perfectly fine. In the city of Glendale, despite the fact that the state says, no, on $1,000 rent, the most you can push it more is $30. The city of Glendale says, oh, if the landlord decides to go for the extra $30, you can exercise your right of relocation and we might have to pay you 3 times your current rent or whatever other proposed formula we have. And the question that is being asked, and that's what I'm proposing, is the 3%, and currently that's the maximum. The CPI with the 5 plus the current CPI is 8.8. So it's really $18 is the total that a landlord can add on before they're stopped. Anything beyond that is illegal by the state of California. Is it that important if the landlord was to go into the $18 that a tenant should say, I'm out, I'm gone. And I want my relocation, and what's the rent? It's 3 times the rent, or I want this. What I'm saying is, hey, if the state says you can go up to 8.8 with a maximum of 10, the city of Glendale can say, by the way, 7% on a limitation, but anything beyond that, we can't stop it. It's gonna happen. So the $18 or the $30 max, the state can charge that to you. The reason this was all put in was because the state, without that protection, could go up to an extra $200 a month, an extra $500 a month, and nobody could stop you. So now that you have this parachute that's there to keep things under the control per the state standards, do we need to even get into this mumbo jumbo? I say we don't.
So, doesn't sound like we're heading towards a,
I don't think we
Yeah, I'm just not sure that, especially because there's only a few of us here today, like, I thought our process was, that we had these discussions on these things and we came up with our, 3 top recommendations or whatever. And if we're saying on this particular one to throw out all of that, I don't feel comfortable doing that with only 4 of us here today, really. And I don't know if that's the appropriate, if that's appropriate for us to do. I from a legal, whatever.
We have quorum, we have 4.
Okay.
Okay, but, I understand.
Let me just say this too. Remember, we can give a suggestion and the city council does not, we're just giving a suggestion.
Right.
They don't have to agree.
Or maybe we can say, on this one, we can't come up with anything today. We're not in agreement on anything.
Yeah. The city council can request an additional study, can't they? And say, look, is this delta sufficient for us to still warrant this discussion given the state of California law right now? They may come back and say, absolutely. Let that be their problem, but I don't think that for us to say 3 times the rent or adding these FMRs and everything else in this scenario is as relevant as it was in the prior scenario. Again, well, he and I disagree on numbers, but in the prior scenario, I understand the rationale behind relocation and keeping the formulas current and maybe a little bit higher, and I'm fine with that.
To your point, the council spent quite a bit of time coming up with this formula and the mechanism and the need to have this additional relocation benefit in place. Suggests to me that they were in favor of having this section in here when they adopted it.
Before the 5+ CPI. though.
Correct. And when this committee considered it, they too were in favor of incorporating some other formula that was simpler. And now the council's direction back to you was, what would that formula be? So I would encourage you to think about what that formula ought to be. If you can't come up with a formula, you could say, we just can't come up with it.
Can we go back to council and say, you know what? Now that we're looking at this thing, this may be completely irrelevant.
I go back to the
And
point
we
I made
missed it.
about 10 minutes ago, which was if you'd like to make that motion, that you remove the section altogether and see if you can get a second and consensus from the group. But again, after a lengthy discussion in this committee about 8 months ago or 6 months ago, the suggestion was to simplify it and to change the multiplier. If at this point you want to say, let's just scrap it, I've had a change of heart, I'd encourage you to make that motion and see if there's consensus from the committee so that we can move that conversation forward. Or if you don't get support from your committee members, then we can start talking about the other part of it, which is what should that formula be, if you can even make that decision. Can we at least put that on the table or take it off the table by making a motion?
What is the harm in suggesting that the city council consider that in addition to?
Because you're not in agreement to that. We can't take that and say the committee offered this suggestion, because the committee, if you'd like the committee to do that, please make the motion. But if you're not making the motion, if you're not forcing the committee to come to a decision on that, we can't take it back to council and say, also think about this, because it's only coming from one person. We're not at a place in a process where we're taking back a series of ideas. They heard the series of ideas. They said, go back and get specific comments on these points, and that's what we're doing. So if at this point you'd like to take that off the table or put that on the table, I would encourage you to find consensus with your fellow committee members, and then we can put that forward as a suggestion.
Well, I'd like to make the motion for the record.
Okay?
Yeah, I'd like to make the motion for the record, because I still believe that as a committee that's an advisory committee, I believe that it's still within our purview, and I believe even CPON earlier said, if you wanted to discuss something else, and that was, you have another idea, and I think this is one of the ideas that I think is within our purview to discuss even at this time, because essentially it would be no formula. So it's not so much whether we are, again, my proposal would be to wash this out completely, but then if you can't wash it out completely, we don't have a consensus, then I would say, then the formula should be 0. Let's make it simple. We want to keep this.
Relocation fee?
No, not under this circumstance, no. I mean, if that's the case, I mean, if I can't, if the idea of us having that discussion can't even be put in front of the city council without a motion, then I would just sit here and say, okay, fine, then the formula I would go with is 0 times the proposed rent.
Okay. So there's a motion, and now we're looking for a second for that.
As long as I'm on record.
Okay, so that motion would now fail for lack of a second, which means we are not talking about removing that relocation benefit as an option. And so then we go back to the conversation being about simplifying. We've already talked about treating all the units the same, have some sort of a flat rate formula, and then now we're looking for a multiplier. And there's been some comments and some discussion around that. If there is a motion on that, we would
I'll
like to
put
hear
one.
it now.
I'll suggest the 3 times the proposed rent, without any AMI, without a differential on the number of units. The idea in this is, yes, I agree that the 3% difference might be minimal to, it might be $70, $80, $100. It might be minimal. But it's also minimal to the landlord as well. So it might, again, shift the incentives so that the rent increase on every single year isn't 10%, 10%, 10%. On the current market, if you look at it at 22, which is on the previous slide, that's $220, $222, compared to $256 increase. Like I said, that might be not much, but the increase of $150 on a $2,000, $2,200 rent might just incentivize the landlord not to increase it substantially. So I would say I would put forward 3 times the proposed rent.
But in your scenario, on a $2,000 rent, it's $60 is the difference.
About $67. Right. $67 that the landlord wouldn't increase potentially. If they had to pay,
I mean, to pay relocation, yeah.
if they had to pay the proposed rent, they wouldn't increase it by $67. So you're suggesting it's only 3%, it's $67, yes, but you should look at it on the other side of the coin.
No, I'm not saying it's only 3%, I'm saying
No,
it's only what the state says. If the state tomorrow can say, we're gonna cap rents at what Glendale's doing. We love Glendale, we love the rate that they use, because Glendale, again, hasn't capped rates. We love that number. We love 7%. We're gonna stick California 7% across the board. That's their business.
Yeah,
They
but
can do that.
Just so we can stick to our process, please. There's a motion that's being made that the section be amended to remove the differential for how unit sizes are being treated, so that all units would be treated the same. Remove the requirement for the AMI, and the relocation value would be 3 times the proposed rent. I capture
Correct.
that moment?
Yes.
Which is 3 times is what it is now for the smaller units, correct? Okay.
So that would be the motion, and that's looking for a second now, so that we can further the discussion on that motion. Is there a second for that?
Let me just also offer this on the second. I would like to do a second, but is this an opportunity also to suggest for city council to then still look at this every 3 years or something? This shouldn't be like the same forever or 10 years out.
We can add that, certainly. Either we can ask that he incorporate that into his motion now, or we can have a separate discussion after we've voted on it. If you're conditioning your second on that, then and he doesn't agree to it, then we would have to ask someone else to second it so that we could.
No, I'm open to that, that's fine.
Okay, so then the motion will also add with a review, with a periodic review not to exceed 3 years.
Correct.
Okay, so that's the motion, and you've got the second. Is there any further discussion on this?
I just have a kind of a general comment, kind of in response to Mr. Harapetian's comments, which I completely understand. And as a landlord representative, you know, obviously, we would like there to be no relocation fee. But my understanding of why we're here, why we've been here this whole year, is that we are fine-tuning what is there already in the Glendale ordinance instead of going backwards for as much as landlords would like. So that's why I'm having the position that I'm having. So I just wanted to say that.
Had the status of the law been the same, I agree with you. But
We've heard your argument.
I know,
I know, and I understand that. I mean, I get it. I really get it.
Okay.
Are we ready to take a vote on this?
And also, I'm sorry, and also I just want to have us come together and compromise so that further restrictions aren't put on landlords, because I feel that that's what's coming if we can't compromise a little bit more with this.
Are we ready to vote on this motion?
Yes.
Does
What is the
everyone
exact
understand the
motion?
motion?
The motion is to treat all unit sizes the same, remove the requirement of the AMI, and have the relocation value be 3 times the proposed rent with a periodic review not to exceed 3 years.
Can we separate that into 3 separate motions? Because you're collectively putting all 3 together. I'd like.
That's how the motion was made.
Essentially, the motion is 3 times the proposed rent with,
No, it's not, because she just read 3 different conditions. The first one is no difference between 3 or 4. I think we should take a vote on that first. And then the second one, was, what was the
I
second?
mean, we kind of tentatively agreed on that before this entire discussion
The
started.
motion is being grouped with all 3 together.
We said we would group them together because there was already agreement on those points.
So 3 or 4, and then there's no
We
difference.
do have a motion, we have a second, and we would take a vote. If it fails, then we could make an alternate motion, and that alternate motion can take them separately. But we can't now ignore the motion that has been made. I mean, what is the objection to having it together?
Because I think, number one, I agree that the distinction between 3 or 4, if you want to maintain that, that's fine. What was the second bullet item, if I may ask for that?
But
To
it's
remove the
also-
AMI?
It'll be applicable to 5 and more. Previously,
Yeah.
5 and more had a higher.
I understand,
so, yeah.
I understand that. But I think that that also sets a premise that we don't want to differentiate between the lower count and the higher count units, which I'm fine for, because I think I'm agreeable to that premise at this point, given what we've been seeing. The second item was what?
No AMI.
No
Remove the
AMI.
AMI requirement.
That I also agree with, because I think that sets a premise that using that as a calculator for anything is completely pointless. And then the third one is, in this scenario, for rent increases, rent increase-based relocations, the formula would be the 3 times the proposed rent. I think we should vote on those 3 separately. That's just my opinion.
Is there an option to withdraw the motion and redo that, or do we want to continue with that?
Okay, so originally my understanding was that we all agreed that we should remove the AMI and the differential between the 3, 4, and 5 or more units. That was my understanding. That's why my proposal was that it be 3 times the proposed rent across the board. Doesn't matter what your taxes show, doesn't matter what type of building you're in, plus the suggestion of my colleague that the city council periodically review it not to exceed 3 years. That's the proposal.
I think the rationale for that is, I think he'd like to vote yes on a couple of those items and no on one other item. And if we state them in a single motion, then it appears that he's against the entire idea. But you're free to vote no on this because it doesn't accurately reflect your position.
Well, I also think it doesn't accurately reflect the committee's position. If our indication is we don't want to just have any sort of disparity between the smaller and the larger units and the AMI portion of it, I think that in itself, those 2 items can be one motion instead of 3 really motions. Do that as one motion, and then the second question is whether or not 3 times the proposed rent for rent increase relocations should be the factor that's proposed to the city council.
If I've captured the motion incorrectly, I can fix it. Did I capture the motion incorrectly?
No, you've got it correctly, but I think grouping it as an all or nothing, I would prefer to separate the.
Well, yes, but that's not the motion. He's grouped it together.
Would you like to withdraw the motion so that we can do it separately?
No, would you like to vote no so we can move on?
Okay.
So
That's your
I see
compromise.
what he's saying, because he may vote correct, yes on certain ones and no on the others. That's, you know what I mean? He wants the option to say yes to this, no to that, not necessarily inclusive.
No, I think he agrees to it. That's the problem. He agrees to, do you agree to remove the AMI?
Yes, but he
I
doesn't, he wants to
can't do
vote
that
yes on
because
those.
because the motion is all grouped to, so I
There's
have to
one he
vote
doesn't.
yes or no on yes, I agree, we remove the 3 and 4. Yes, I agree, we remove the AMI, and yes, I agree on the 3 times the proposed. The third one's a problem for me. I agree on 1 and 2, but if we put on, so when I vote on the motion, it's all or nothing, yes or no. So that's why I'm proposing those 3 items, with the 2 of which we unanimously agree, it sounds like, we treat those separately and then leave the third one for what it is. I'm probably going to get outnumbered on that vote anyways, but I'd like to go on record saying, I don't believe this is the situation, given all the other comments I've made here tonight. So,
Okay, so vote no on the
but then I have to
motion.
vote no on against everything. That means
Yeah.
I can't differentiate between, then AMI gets to stay according to my vote, and by me voting no, there is going to be a disparity between 3 and 4. 3 and 4 units and 5 or more.
Okay, so there's a motion, there's a second. Can I hear the roll call?
All right, committee member Charles Bertolet,
Yes.
committee member Harpetian,
No.
committee member Marchand,
Yes.
committee member Zargarian.
Yes. Anything else?
We need to.
Next item.
So this slide was accidentally included. The committee suggested that we remove the 15-year requirement and match it with the state, but Staff needs to continue looking into this. I believe there might be some legal barriers to this, so we're not going to discuss this today. The other item that the committee would like, that the council would like the committee to consider was alternatives to mediation. We took the mediation program to them, and 2 council members were not in agreement of having a mediation program, and the 2 others did not make specific suggestions. They'd like to see something else, so they'd like for you to discuss other options. Some things that were discussed were attorney services, increased staffing, things like that. You can have a discussion on what you'd like to see, and we can take that back to council as alternatives to mediation. This is just the mediation program that this committee was able to come up with, voluntary, discuss rent increases, operated by staff / a commission board. Again, we didn't have a consensus on council to move forward with the mediation program, so that's where we're coming back to ask for further suggestions. Again, some alternatives, legal representation funded by the city, where a local agency would receive funding from the city, and if there's evictions, tenants who are breaking the law, a landlord or tenant needs services that they can't afford, they can come to us. We refer them to this service, which the city funds, and they can seek representation. That's one of the suggestions. That's something one of the council members would like to see. The other one is escalated hotline. Again, it would require a legal expert, so somebody that the city funds. So if we get a call that we can't address, we would refer them to this legal expert for them to address. Not representation. The first one's representation. The second one's just consulting. Or any other suggestions that you might have as alternatives to a mediation program.
So I want to chime in on this in particular. I was at the city council meeting for this. I did feel that this wasn't captured accurately by staff. I will say that, because I remember looking at it and reading it and going, I don't think that's how we said it. And one of them was the evictions. We definitely had said we would not tackle the evictions, but I feel like in the presentation, we had evictions listed up under there.
The issue was that the council members that didn't want a mediation program just didn't want a mediation program, regardless of the type of issues we're considering. They don't want added bureaucracy, so they didn't want to consider that at all. The other 2, they didn't make their feelings, how do you say it, known, but
We're about to lose quorum, so.
all right.
Can we take maybe a 2-minute break?
Do I?
Victor?
He's going to the restroom.
I guess I'll go if I can go back there.
All right, so we're back on air. I think we were discussing the mediation and council desire.
Did we tell him that?
Yeah, we're back on air. Council desire, again, there wasn't consensus on a mediation program, and 2 council members outright said they don't want a mediation program. Not that they would consider it if we changed something about it, they just didn't want to see that. They felt that we already had enough protections that it wouldn't be an added benefit, especially a voluntary one, which we proposed to them. But the other 2 were really looking for alternatives, and I think everyone was kind of trying to see what we can do that would be different than a mediation program.
Well, it was interesting as well that, I've been pretty transparent about this, that there is a big disconnect with city council. Just I feel, members not really understanding what is even going on with renters, rent, like, and they kind of made it evident that night, saying certain things. Certain council members were like, well, doesn't, code enforcement do that? And who does this? And it was such a big disconnect. I was sitting there like, wow, considering city council's for the people, but all people. And Glendale is more renters than homeowners. So with that said, I would love to see a mediation program, especially because you did show that there are other areas in Los Angeles that do have them. But I'm not, it's not a deal breaker for me. I do like these alternatives. And when it says fund for like the legal representation, when it says fund a local agency, again, is that local, Glendale local?
Right. Either we find somebody that operates in Glendale or an agency maybe outside of Glendale that will do work specifically in Glendale. It's not anything that's flushed out, it's just ideas to take back to council. So any ideas you have that are alternatives to mediation, we can take them back to them, and this will be a long process. If they like the legal representation, we have to figure out how much that's gonna cost, what that's gonna look like, and then.
I mean, my experience with some of the agencies in other cities that are helping both landlords and tenants is that a lot of times they only serve to push the parties further apart rather than solve their differences, and just pit each party against the other. So I would love a hotline where, especially, people can call, and then maybe it's got to be some kind of a neutral party that could know the Glendale laws. And I mean, it seems like many of the complaints from tenants that we've seen come in are landlords that either don't understand or aren't following the Glendale law. So if that could be somebody that could, help them understand it and enforce it, I mean.
I agree. That's a good one too. The hotline escalation is also good. I think the legal representation, I was thinking the only thing is like, again, who's policing the police? You get into that again. It would definitely need to be, I would suggest just Glendale, of course. But I do like the hotline as well. And we've spoken to this before as a committee, that typically when people are trying to do the right thing, that they do come together some kind of way. Typically, a lot of times that does happen where the tenant and landlord, especially when given information. I've seen firsthand, because I helped a tenant out with this, that I gave them information from your office and from housing and the brochures and different things that we have now in place. They presented it to the landlord and it completely worked out. The landlord took a step back because they just didn't know.
Whose idea were the alternatives?
We discussed legal representation before, and it's been something that's come up with council. I think one of the council members mentioned it. The hotline was just an extension, alternative staff came up with. We just wanted to get the ball rolling.
My first impression looking at this is, fund a local agency to represent landlords or tenants that cannot be resolved and require legal action.
Sorry, just to add on that, I didn't include it, but it would be for tenants low income or landlords who can't afford that type of representation. Not
what landlord can't afford? I mean, the minute they have property, they're disqualified, I think. The other thing too is it's very difficult, and it takes a lot of work to be able to have an even keel with these types of cases. I don't know if you're, number one, going to be able to find an agency. You're going to end up having to revert to these nonprofits out there that call themselves nonprofits. But boy, there's a profit somewhere. And I think this is just going to create, I agree with what Jennifer said, this is just going to create more animosity. It's basically telling them you should litigate. I think a hotline would be great without necessarily having to get attorneys or legal experts involved. I think this is just gonna create a big problem. I guarantee you the money that you'll pay to these agencies, if you paid it to the parties, they'd find a way to probably reach a compromise. I'd probably send them to lunch too, and I have a pretty good idea that if you told them we're gonna give you each a couple $1,000, they'll somehow find a way to make amends of things. I think when we had talked about the mediation, it needed to be something that both sides were particularly committed to. The spirit of mediation is both sides wanting to reach a resolve, and then to having some sort of an agreement put together that has bite to it. But again, that required people wanting to do that. In these types of relationships, it's harder to create that. I think a means of gaining information, the young lady that was here earlier today, I guarantee if she talked to somebody that said, oh, 9.30.035 says you get this times, 2 plus whatever, this is where the current state is, and she went back to the landlord and said, by the way, this is my situation, I have a feeling the landlord's gonna back off pretty quickly. I don't know, and I think it's pretty straightforward that what the requirements are of these notices now that have to be put forward. I don't know, and Madam City Attorney, I don't know if this is something that even from the housing department, they can't, or community services, I think is the department, that they can't send out something saying, we received an indication, we'd request a copy of the notice without, or we're advising you these are the requirements of a notice, per the Glendale Municipal Code. I think that will pretty quickly put to resolve anything like that before we're like, oh, let's put you in touch with this lawyer. Unfortunately, the court system, also by the way, nowadays, it's a complete wreck. It took us 5.5 months to do an uncontested eviction out of Pasadena. Uncontested. The person had abandoned the place but refused to move, so they wanted to be the safe way. It's a disaster. People also, though by constitutional right, they have a right to a jury trial. Tenants, or more often than not, the tenants that are requesting jury trials, by the time you see the inside of a courtroom, I mean, this is not the unlawful detainer system that was at least again in place a couple years ago, which again kept the balance. So I don't think, if we can't get uncontested cases straight, I think anything that pushes us to attorneys and legal experts is just going to bolster that. And then what you're also going to get is potentially people that may have ulterior motives to get involved. And there are lots of eviction cases that turn into other types of cases, though some are absolutely valid, but sometimes they're not. It's just an intended tool to essentially drum up more funds. So the mediation side, I think when we talked about it, it sounds great, it sounds nice, but I think you need the right people for that to happen. And that's why everything else we've talked about comes before that, so that hopefully you don't get to that point.
I agree. So hotline, escalation is great.
I just want to be clear, the direction from council was not that the committee consider mediation at this point in time, right? That they only consider the two alternatives that are being presented here?
No, it wasn't just these two alternatives.
Any alternative to
Any alternative
mediation.
that outside of mediation.
But not to go back to discussing mediation, because that's not on the table.
I mean, we brought it to them. They
said no.
They said no for the most part.
Think of something else.
They said to go back to the committee.
Earlier on, I had indicated that, again, some of the staff from the community, from the community,
Community development.
neighborhood services. Neighborhood services, every city has their own name for their department. So neighborhood services, I don't know if there's a means for the city to have those individuals that would be familiar with the Glendale Municipal Code be in a position to bring on either a staff member or whatever that essentially recites the municipal code to people and essentially is like a pseudo mediator saying, well, this is what the code says. And I think that type of a person, number one, will gain the respect of the landlord because it's city staff Number two, I think the tenant will also accept that as being a neutral source. And as long as their job is to, they're well versed in the municipal code, and I'm sorry that relocation is not the correct number. And if we have, for instance, you've got a handful of scenarios. The relocation notice wasn't given. The notice was too short. It was, if there was even the city had a means to go to like a template page that says, oh, tenant, if you have this scenario, these are the frequently asked questions, those FAQs that they have. Is your landlord paying you this? Is your landlord, and kind of like a little flow chart that guides them, And then they say, oh, this is the letter that I should be sending to them that says, section such and such, please bring this to your landlord's attention. And then again, we have talked about provisions in the code that provide for other civil and criminal penalties if the landlord continues to ignore that. I think if you tell a landlord, look, you're looking at a criminal penalty here with a potential misdemeanor, you're going to get their attention again. So I think it's not whether or not she has an attorney, and when I say she, I'm talking about one of the earlier speakers. It's whether she's able to communicate that to them. She has found a resource with the neighborhood tenants, with the Glendale Tenants Union. And I think if the city puts together that type of a letter, it'll have a lot more bite than what any agency or whatever would put.
Well, that's why I was explaining that earlier. I picked up from Yusupon the brochures and business cards, took it to someone who was in crisis. She was already pretty much on top of it with her and the landlord, but the landlord was very incorrect about what he was trying to do. Everything was pretty much illegal. And once she just presented the information that we're using even now, it all was resolved. It was a done deal.
So by and large, the city does have that function in place. That happens, it usually starts at CDD, Community Development. And then it may come to our office sometimes. We get calls regularly. To be clear, we can't provide legal advice to people who call because we're usually just receiving one side of the story, and we can't say, but what we would offer is an explanation of the code. We won't apply code to facts. That's something that they would need to do through advocacy groups. And so usually we find that a good intending landlord, not knowing the code, will somehow try to repair the situation. But one that's not intending well and trying to manipulate the code and find a mechanism to evict someone utilizing some of these areas of the law that don't have follow-up mechanisms in place, then there's really not much we could do in that scenario. I would say that even though we didn't discuss it here today, there were quite a few really good suggestions that were made that we've taken to council and that they've agreed to implement those. So we only talked about the things where it came back and maybe there wasn't very concise direction from the committee the first go round, and that's why this meeting was a little bit more heated than the other ones, and that's because where you had consensus, council didn't want more feedback. They either liked it up or didn't like it at all. They said, move this along or not interested. So
I was going to say one example. I'm not going to name the person, but because they work in one of the neighboring cities. But in one of the neighboring cities, there is a city staff person that handles the housing issues. And literally anybody that calls, they'll say, you got to talk with this person. And that person is a very matured, well-balanced, informed individual with a great personality. And let me tell you, a lot of situations that could very easily become cases go away by simply referring a tenant or a landlord to talk with that person. Tremendous resource to that city, tremendous. They should quadruple that person's pay. But really gets it, sir, you can't do that. You can't do this eviction, or you know what, you can't do this. You're gonna get this is gonna happen. If Glendale had someone like that, and again, I don't know the staff, so maybe there is already someone like that. But that person alone would solve all of these hotline type of issues. I mean, I think a good 90% of these things would go away, at least. At least. So,
Well, like I said, that is largely handled by CDD and usually through Mr. Zadorian. And he's not shy about saying that that's not the correct relocation value. This is the correct amount of rent increases. Taking the follow-up steps to communicate with the other side.
yeah, I've never had the
Regardless of who
personal
the caller
experience.
is. And so we do resolve quite a few of those issues. I think the suggestion that is being offered here is maybe to expand on that, to allow for more staff, more resources there. But again, just for purposes of our 4-hour-long meeting, this would be a good time for you to offer any other thoughts that you have other than what we've already discussed. And maybe on this one, if you want to email CPON with your suggestions, we can itemize those as these were specific comments, because I don't know that anyone's got any other ideas other than what is being proposed here. And then council said brainstorm, and so this is it. This is the brainstorming. I don't think they said come back with a specific suggestion on this. Am I correct on that?
Yeah, they were kind of brainstorming, and they kind of wanted you to brainstorm, expand on that, so.
And you can either write to us or attend the meeting where council, we won't, if you write to us, there won't be an opportunity for a discussion. So that's why we won't be able to reach a consensus. But you can also come to the council meeting and offer your suggestions directly to council at that point.
You can always email council directly as well if you don't have the time to come to the meeting.
So unless there are any other ideas, I think we may be done with this item.
And I believe, I just want to reiterate, I do like the hotline escalation. I do like that alternative as well. Another layer of a safety net. And there has been a proposal, I know you all have heard, for the ombudsman / we use the word community liaison. Ombudsman is kind of outdated, but it's being suggested, community liaison, to do just what you mentioned, pretty much, to be that middle center go-to person to then filter out information.
Can we take a moment to discuss that? Are there any thoughts around that, the community liaison idea? Anyone in support of that, or?
I mean, it sounds, I don't know, it sounds great to me. I think based on the people that have come before us, it seems that maybe they don't understand what to do if they're in a duplex or a place that's not covered by the rental rights program. I feel like maybe there's something that's dropping off for those folks where they don't know who to talk to about what's happening to them. So maybe that's something that we need to beef up somehow.
And that's what the community liaison would do, is again, be the go-to sort of say person, to give, again, proper information to both landlords, tenants, and also then report back to officials, within the city right here, our staff, because again, some of it is, again, a direct disconnect. There's so many people who are just misinformed. And what I've seen in the work that I've been doing with tenants in crisis as well, and have even spoken with landlords and try to have a happy medium. I am the happy medium person, 100%, So, and usually things just work out. I love, kumbaya moments. So usually things eventually work out with, just proper information. And no one, as you've stated, no one literally wants to go to court and go through all of that. It's time consuming, it's uncomfortable, all of that. So the goal is to keep people housed, to keep people in safe spaces if possible, to be able to live well amongst each other. But again, people just need to be informed, people need to be heard, and just have questions addressed.
My only thing is this liaison person, whoever the person is, has to have bite, okay? If they've got to be able to call the balls and strikes, and this is right, this is wrong, and that's one of the reasons I like the neighborhood services people. Then, just like the people in the permit department, you know, oh, this is not the code, out, you know. You need someone like that in order for it to have the muster. If as a lawyer, if my just writing a letter would convince a tenant or a landlord that I was right, I'd never see the inside of a courtroom. But you'd be surprised, a notice from a city inspector or something on city letterhead will have a lot of segue with it. The other thing too is obviously, not only will it be effective as a communicator, but chances are the person that goes to see a lawyer is probably going to take that notice with them. And if a landlord was to show up in my office and say, hey, I got this notice from the tenant, and you know the city sent me this saying that I didn't give the relocation, I would say you've got a problem, because that's the next thing is these agencies, the attorneys, everybody feeds off what does the inspector say. Habitability cases, you bring a city inspector into the courtroom, the whole dynamic of the case changes, okay? The jury could sit there and like or dislike the landlord or the tenant. It doesn't make a difference. The city inspector gets up there and starts talking, and generally, if they sound like they know what they're doing, most of the time the jury rolls with the public official. So I think that if we're gonna do something like this, I think, again, you bring in the person that does what you would see in a building permit situation, when the guy comes to the site or the person comes to the site and says, nope, plumbing wasn't right, or it's, you know, this wiring wasn't done correctly, the framing's not right, I'm not gonna pass. Next, there's no discussion at that point. Fix it or it's gonna stand still. And I think if a city inspector or someone from the city was to send a letter to the landlord saying, there's no basis for an eviction, to file an eviction. That's the other thing too, is a lot of people use the word a notice as being an eviction. A notice is the first step to an eviction, if an eviction is even necessary. But a notice is not an eviction. But I think that that type of letterhead that says to a landlord, and you see this also in other jurisdictions that have the housing department is a little bit more active. They send out a violation notice, and not, 10 times out of 10, the client walks into the lawyer's office and says, I still want to evict this person, notwithstanding this notice. Usually you're throwing the person out of your office saying, I'm not going to waste it because the city's going to win this every time. So whatever you do, you need someone who's not an advocate, but someone who can assert their knowledge and get that point across to both sides, because most of this is code oriented. They cannot sit there and tell you whether or not the tile has been properly grouted. Right. But if the notice is defective, it's not sufficient number of days, if it wasn't served properly, if it doesn't have the current amount, if it miscalculates the CPI on top of the 5%, these are rudimentary things that I think city staff is more than well capable of handling. And that's it.
So let me say this, true on what you're saying. Here's the problem, and they brought this up on city council when a member of city council was asking, well, that's something that code enforcement does, or that's something with the city attorneys. And they were like, no, we don't. We can only go so far. So that's why the community liaison person is so important, or could be, because they would be, it's like how the ad hoc committee is now. I call it half in, half out. So you're with the city, but with the people as well. Because I've mentioned that a lot of people in trouble or sometimes going through issues that they're going through are not comfortable sometimes with the government per se. They don't trust them, or they're taking too long. Code enforcement has been severely understaffed. I believe there's been a hiring process, and I know that just because I did meet with the tenant that was at the mayor's coffee that I was at. I ended up meeting with that tenant and kind of doing a babysitting, but not really with the tenant. I just wanted to make sure everything was gonna go smoothly. I just wanted to be a bystander and see what's gonna go on when they had an inspector coming to the house. And I wanted to hear what the inspector was saying and different things like that. They were new. So they don't even always have the whole story of what's really going on. So it was just an interesting perspective, and it's something that I've gone through. So let me just kind of piggyback a little bit. One of the things, since you mentioned code enforcement, one of the things that I'm hoping is gonna happen, not just with the illegal rentals, but even with rentals where they are cited, and just because the tenant we had here before, Justin, when he called in, he moved out eventually. However, has the city gone back, code enforcement, and said, let's make sure you fix that violation? Because a lot of times what's been happening, the tenant moves out, you gave the violation when the tenant was there, the tenant moves out,
But that's also.
there's no more enforcement. But that's what, again, that having the community liaison is working with everyone collaborative. It's a collaborative effort to make sure, again, all things are being done appropriately and efficiently.
Okay, so on this item, I think what we heard was a proposal for a community liaison, and also a proposal that an additional staff person who has decision-making authority to be part of the process. So I think we would offer them as two separate ideas, so that if they like one without the bite and then one with the bite, and then we could offer them both of those suggestions side by side.
Well, and the trick is also not to create an additional extra expenses for the city. And also, we don't want to inundate and overburden the individual. That's
It
why.
likely will require an additional person.
Yeah, I'm saying is one person, but you don't want this person to now find themselves in a scenario where they are playing pastor to the community. We need someone that says, again, we need an umpire.
Right.
Balls and strikes. This is it. This is it. You know, if it's gonna be
I
a
think we've got the suggestion.
all right.
So, appreciate the additional feedback on this. If there are no more ideas, are we ready to move forward?
All right. So next on the agenda is ad hoc committee member and staff comments. Do any of the committee members have comments they'd like to make?
Other than what we've already said before.
Lucy?
None.
All right. We don't have any new business agenda, but actually, let's go back to the comments. I just want to conclude the committee. This is officially our last meeting, so we're going to take everything back in a red line to council. We'll do a better job of providing it to you beforehand, so you can have a chance to look at it, make your comments, but it will go back in a red line, so they'll see what the actual final product should look like. Then they'll get into the nitty-gritty whenever we schedule a meeting with them. We don't know what's going to happen. They might ask for another meeting.
Will we be allowed to comment on that report?
Right, I don't know how that's going to work. If we send them the report, they comment, what do we do with the comment?
So the issue being that you've already come to a decision on certain things. If the report is not reflective of what the decision was, then
That's all.
yes. But if you'd like to introduce a new idea
No.
or
No.
tweak it to be slightly to your liking that may not be what other committee members were suggesting, then
Are
you
you
could
suggesting
state
I'm a
that.
tweaker?
You could suggest that at the council meeting directly rather than to staff.
So we'll let everyone know when that meeting's coming up. We'll send over the red line. And potentially we could have another meeting if council decides that that's the direction they want to go to. But so far, this is our final meeting officially. Right, so no new business agenda.
If Peter had been here, you would say we really want to appreciate and thank you for all of the work that you've done and all of the work that our co-committee members who weren't here, thank you.
Thank you, our one
Miss,
person in the audience.
Certainly miss our member who departed too soon, and so thank you very much, and thank you for your service to the community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right,
Thank you very much, everyone.
Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Thank you. We stand adjourned at 10:29 p.m.
Press some